before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar.
A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to it, and this is the third and final day of the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. If I can please ask you to just make your way into the venue so we can get today's proceedings started. A very good morning to you.
South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. If I can please ask that we start. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can please ask that we start.
Is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Emperor's Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar under the theme, adapting to an evolving labor landscape to promote social justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labor evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labor terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts converge to chart the future of work, rights, and equity. Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar 2025, where transformation begins. When labour evolves, justice must lead. South Africa's labour terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts
A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to it. And you are with us here at the third and final day of the Education Labour Relations Council's Labour Law Seminar. Welcome to it. We're looking fresh this morning. It looks like we're well rested. And we've had really great conversations over the past few days. If I can ask you to please settle down so we can get started. Right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again. So we continue with our day 3 today of the Education Labour Relations Council's Labour Law Seminar under the theme Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. Thank you so much for joining us. So a few housekeeping rules. We've got our bathrooms towards the end of the venue. Well, if you move towards my right. Yes, and then there's also some charging stations that are also available if you make your way outside there. But also just a quick one, we'll be calling upon the General Secretary now to get us started. She will be giving us some of her reflections, but also there's going to be a raffle straight after that. General Secretary, over to you. Round of applause.
Morning, colleagues. We've lost 30 minutes, so I'm only going to make 2 points, and that is not intended to downplay the importance of the presentations that were made yesterday. I think our take-home was how the speakers emphasize the women's rights, focusing on the impact on unemployment, poverty, and the unending battle that we are confronted with as the women, which is inequality insofar as we are treated by the society. Then in terms of AI, I think the speaker had a very interesting reflection on key issues on the impact of AI in the workplace, and what was the emphasis was on the need to raise awareness of potential technological vulnerabilities to minimize cybercrime. I think the program director has already indicated that we want to save time and quickly run through the raffle. The process, because we are for transparency, I don't want to have disputes after this. I can't resolve disputes arising out of this forum. We'll have to go elsewhere because I can't be a referee and the player. The process is as follows. We've got 2 gifts, compliments of Juta. She has the list that has the numbers and the names next to the numbers. I haven't seen that list. I have to choose numbers randomly. And if that number, after having been called, the person is not here, we move to the next number. And I think, again, in advancing the rights of women, we're in the Women's Month, I'm going to start with 8. Dr. Mafu Rakometsi is not here. Going once, going twice, gone. He's not here. Next number, 17. Ponki Masekela. Watindi Mbogoto. Watinda Bafazi. This is your gift. You must come for the photo. You'll come back again for the next one. It's heavy. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. This one we're going to go 22. Frank Diaga. Is he here? Going once, twice, gone. You must move with speed in case he's walking in. You must know he's too late. Okay, now. 10. Number 1. Given Rafapa. Is he here? Is he here? Are you?
to call upon Ms. Makasi, who's the head of Public Service Reform Program at the new South Institute, to talk to us about constructing South African social compacting. A round of applause.
Okay. Okay. Oh, the light. Yeah. Good morning. As introduced, my name is. Hey, did you? As introduced, my name is Yoli Swamakasi, and I used to work with DG Education until recently, until February 2025. I was working, I am a former DG for Public Service and Administration, education unions in the past 5 years of my career as a DG Public Service and Administration. And I am now currently working at the New South Institute, doing some work on public sector reforms. And so I just want to thank the opportunity firstly for the invite to be presenting here today. It looks like I no longer know how to use technology. I can bring my laptop and work from it. Shame they won't survive. Shame they won't survive. But I do want to say that just speaking about the theme of this engagement we're having as the panel, that I've always wondered, now as a person who formerly has worked a lot with labor unions at the bargaining council level, this idea, this topic around adapting in the rapidly shifting landscape, which is influenced mainly by technology, by fiscal constraints, by demographic changes that are happening, as well as new modes of service delivery. So I've always wondered, when are the labor unions going to have effective discussions around how do they work and adapt to this changing environment? So I was quite happy to see something along those lines through the council today. And just a few points I want to raise on this before I went into the prepared presentation is that for me, I think that part of this adapting should include actively linking up to some of the reforms and some of the initiatives that are taking place in society, and in particular within government. If you think about the national development goals, how do you build on those national development goals such that you are able to influence in a manner that also benefits employees in the public sector that are led by the various unions. So actively influencing reforms, government is talking about professionalization, and how are we occupying that space? I mean, I know the educators, I think you are already sorted to a certain extent compared to other unions that may not be as professionalized as you are in terms of this sector. But how do we work around pushing successfully for reforms, but not forgetting employees in those reforms? If you think about your frontline officers, educators are frontline officers, and they need tools of trade. So how do you use this particular professionalization or reforms as part of the mobilization platforms to ensure that the workers on the frontline service do get the required tools of trade that they need to do the work? Embracing digitization, I think there's a lot that is said about that, and I think again you are ahead as the educators in terms of that. and then just innovating in terms of collective bargaining. How do we fight for flexible, hybrid working environments for employees in the public sector? One of my experiences about flexible working environments is that at DPSA, we did a framework. I think immediately after COVID, we were trying to release a framework, or during COVID, we were trying to release a framework, but political principle after political principle has raised discomfort about signing it as a directive, because maybe some of us are stuck in ways where we need to see people in the office every day to believe that they are working. So how do we ensure that those employees who could still be able to work in a flexible work arrangement are supported to be able to do that? Because, now society is moving and it's about, again, adapting. And lastly, how do we link productivity with incentives? I think one of the worst decisions that have been taken in government, particularly by National Treasury, is around cutting performance bonuses from an incentive point of view. I understand financial constraints and etc., but how do we incentivize employees who are really working and who are really productive? Because you still need to keep some level of incentives linked to productivity, because you want to encourage productivity in the public sector. So those are just some of the broader thoughts I thought of. But coming to my presentation, this is just about the organization that I work for. We do policy, evidence-based policy research mainly, so that when we say we support reforms, we are able to share why we support reforms from an evidence-based point of view. I'm not going to spend so much time in respect to this. And I do want to highlight that our constitution really establishes a foundation for service delivery through solid legal and ethical mechanisms. And it encompasses the spirit and mechanisms for social compacting, even though it does not give specific instructions in relation to social compacting, but it does encompass that in various sections of the Constitution. We look at issues around participatory democracy and cooperative governance, which is mainly Chapter 3, Public Administration Values, Chapter 10, Negotiated Policy Making and Inclusive Development as well. I think Chapter 10 is quite crucial, as it sets out the principles and frameworks that public administration must operate in order to deliver services to the people. Furthermore, values it also talks to the values that govern public administration and those in the state employ. I will speak a little bit about the values approach as well. This is just a definition of social compacting that we're looking, it's really about agreement and shared commitment between government, business, labor, and civil society to work together in addressing countries' critical developmental priorities. This is a definition by National Planning Commission, but more importantly is that it really refers to a voluntary agreement amongst individuals to form a political community and establish a government of some sort. It's informed by the idea that legitimate state authority arises from the consent of the governed, and that individuals surrender certain freedoms in exchange for the protection of their rights. And I'm looking at a little bit of a background here, because compacting and social dialogue is not a new phenomenon. At least it dates back to pre-democracy with the negotiated transition moment, CODESA. I was listening the other day on the ups and downs of the national dialogue, and I was listening to one person who was speaking about the national dialogue, that what is happening currently, they did it in CODESA, they excluded certain people and they brought people who would agree with each other. So there's always been these issues around social compacting and negotiation. And then the 1990s, we saw social partnership institutionalization. NETLEC was established, and part of the greatest outcomes from those processes of NETLEC include the Labor Relations Act, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, and I don't know if GEAR is the greatest outcome, but anyway, it was part of those issues. And I'm highlighting the labor relations environment because as Personally, as a person who has grown up in the public service as an employee, once unionized at time and then had to abandon being a member of a union as I went up in the system, one of the greatest things I appreciate about this is that the sacrifices that were made at the time that resulted in these legislations are really useful in terms of supporting and protecting employees in the public sector. I have my own stories I can share, but not today, around how these laws have helped me in terms of my own protection. Early 2000s, we saw a growth and development moment. There was a growth and development summit. There were voluntary commitments by sectors. It seems they were not implemented sufficiently. There was uneven progress. Then 2010's social pact moment, where there was the new growth path, focusing on decent work, inclusive growth and green economy, again, sectoral social accords on areas such as skills, green economy, etc. 2020, temporary compact moment. I think that COVID-19 imposed a new moment of social cohesion, and there were a lot of initiatives. One of those, the Solidarity Fund, which was really a partnership aimed to mitigate the crisis, but it was not just that one alone. Also, wage relief schemes such as your UIF and etc. 2022, we're looking at the new social compact moment. I think SONA 2022, the president calls for a renewed social compact that focuses on economic recovery, energy security, job creation, and structural reforms. And then there's some work that's being done around some of these reforms that are taking place. And your key stakeholders, again, are still at the same level of the key stakeholders at Network. And I was thinking as I was sitting there that if I were to talk about the 2025 moment, then I would be talking about the national dialogue that is coming through. And I think we're all observing how it's going to shape up and how it's going to contribute into this idea of talking and engaging and compacting. Some of the insights from this era I've just spoken to, I think some of the successes are that compacting has been institutionalized, and including social dialogues, they've been institutionalized. There's been a secured trust in post-apartheid consensus, tripartite input in legislation process, tripartite in the form of the Network arrangements, integrated crisis response during COVID. I think that South Africa, with all our challenges, we really did well in integrating response challenges. In integrating response to COVID. Areas of development, I think that there is an outcry of weak implementation and follow-through. There is increasing disengagement by some sectors or partners. When I was reading about this, I saw a lot of complaints about disengagement by partners in business in particular, and there is also a declining trust in effectiveness of social dialogues. And I am not sure whether this declining trust is also linked to the general declining trust in government by South Africans. If you look at studies by States SA, by GCIS, you'll show that there is a declining trust in government. There is also absence of enduring binding national compacts. So I think we tend to go for ad hoc and we leave everything to the different sectors. There's no tighter oversight and management of those. Here, I just want to reflect on social compacting as a reform instrument in the public sector, and our context right now in South Africa is not looking good. There is low trust in government. I've already talked about that. The service delivery is uneven. I mean, you see service delivery protests, complaints on a day-to-day basis. Inequality is entrenched in society. I was looking at the report issued by States SA yesterday, is the quality of life report. Again, it shows a very bad picture in terms of unemployment, in terms of inequality in society. There is reducing civic engagements. Every time I participate in activities aimed at, like public participation processes, even in the legislatures, I have a recent experience with the Public Service Amendment Bill. I've been participating in all the provincial engagements. Really weak participation. not just in terms of numbers, but in terms of the quality that's coming out, the inputs that are coming into the system itself. Erosion of social contracting as well as policy ineffectiveness. I can take an entire day to speak about the poor implementation of policies. It's a subject of interest for me. It's a subject of my research. Therefore, effective compacting provides legitimacy to drive meaningful reforms. That's my proposition. And also, it creates a platform for the co-creation of and shared accountability. I think in the public sector, government in particular, we struggle a lot with co-creation. And I think also the dramas that are happening right now around the social the convention and the national dialogue are also just showing me that we struggle around effective partnerships and around co-creation. Sometimes we bring in the breadwinner attitude. You know, a breadwinner has the money, they are going to be paying for everything, therefore they have to take the final decisions on matters. So it is an issue that I think we need to work around. How do we collaborate, co-create, and co-produce? Because the era that we're in now requires those kinds of effective partnerships. Also, social compacting, in my view, serves as an implementation bridge from high-level vision to implementable sectoral plans. So if you're thinking about the bridge between policy and practice, you could also use social contracting or compacting effectively to be able to do that. Also ensure reforms are responsive, professionalize and create an enabling environment where partners agree on concrete steps. And the issue of, if you think about professionalization, some of the issues that it pursues is depoliticizing appointments, standardizing requirements, and enforcing disciplinary codes, amongst other issues. I just did, I wanted to reflect, and I selected the Public Sector Bargaining Council for my thinking and reflection, because I've really been much more exposed to them in terms of the bargaining processes in the public sector. And I just wanted to share a few issues. That's just the history. I think you know very well about the bargaining councils and what they do, so I'm not going to spend some time on that. But I do want to say that, to me, it shows a very practical and institutional model of social compacting. And it is a showcase of the bargaining councils are a showcase of structured negotiations and decision-making. Some of the lessons that I've learned in terms of, during my term as a person who was responsible for this interface amongst other people, and being caught in the middle between Treasury and their requirements and labor and their requirements, and always having to work in the middle and find solutions on some of the issues that are being engaged in. That the following realities confront bargaining processes. There is always a need for transparent articulation of the state's position. I don't know if Jones is here today, but he is a chief negotiator in the public sector, and I think he has lots of experiences to share about that. We worked very closely together. Salary negotiations occur under tight financial constraints. And so there's issues of macroeconomic outlook, which the National Treasury is always going to remind you about, and also there's demands from labor. So you can't ignore one over the other. You have to always try and negotiate and find a way in between, a win-win situation. Trust deficit between labor and employer, very low. I think it's improving though now, but maybe for the 4 years or 3 years of my term, it's really been tough in terms of the trust deficit, and it has to do with legacy decisions that were taken, whether they were correct or bad, and it really affected the trust moral. But I think that there's been commitment from all partners to work around improving this trust. There's also generally a slow pace of negotiations. There's so many bureaucratic and procedural limits in terms of negotiations. And I think perhaps it's one of those things councils could look at and look at how we really review that space around the rules around negotiations. And again, some of now very personal things I've seen and observed. No one trusts you if you are DPSA. If you are DPSA and you represent the employer, no one trusts you. Even your friends in labor will not trust you. And even those in government will not trust you. So Treasury will not trust what you say to labor in their absence. And labor will not trust what you say is that is the real state of the economy. They will always bring their own economists who will say something completely different from what you are saying, from what Treasury is saying. So, but what I've learned is that it's important to do the right thing, whether somebody is trusting you or not. What you see as the right thing at that time, and transparency and sharing information, and being careful of side deals that at the end might compromise the entire process. And also that public sector leadership, even for DGs, is not just technical but also political. You have to manage a lot of stakeholders, of political stakeholders. And you know, political stakeholders know themselves, some of them are here, they know how they operate. But you have to, there was a time when I said to my minister, I think it was Minister Mchunu at the time when I arrived, just when I arrived at DPSA, I said, Minister, some of these comrades, I don't want to meet them without you, because my worry is that I'll end up being beaten up. But when you are there, at least I don't have to speak. I take a tune from you to speak. But if you are not there, then I'm going to be the one who has to speak. And I think some of them are going to end up beating me up. There's this particular meeting, and I was so grateful that it was on Teams due to COVID. All men, very angry men, angry, from different parts of the labor union. I'm not going to mention them by names or organizations, but very angry. They came for me that day, and my minister kept on saying, when I speak here, we want to hear what the DG is saying. My minister says, no, I'm speaking for the department and the DG and everybody. So it's sufficient that I'm talking. And I think also minister was managing a risk, because probably he knew I could have just made matters worse if I had spoken in that particular meeting. There is a general poor political alignment. Poor political alignment may derail progress. Yes. You know, you'll reach a point where like, no, we're together. I think one of the years, we're together, signing time. Hey, some 2 unions, 3 unions, you can't find them to sign. You call, my comrade, they tell you this story, and you realize, no, they've taken a decision, they are not signing. So that poor political alignment, and you have to keep a tab every day that we're still aligned, we're still talking the same thing. Consistency in engagements, responsiveness to union concerns, and transparent communications are critical. If you don't respond, and I always say to my team, we rather respond with as much humility as possible. Even when the situation doesn't need humility, we keep on to that humility as possible. Because if you keep quiet, you don't respond, you create a vacuum. If you don't share the information as it is, you create a vacuum for something else. So it's important that you communicate directly and build relations in that process. Always push for greater flexibility within a constrained environment. So as I said, from a DPSA perspective, you must push for that greater flexibility from the part of labor and from the part of government. And on top, by the way, of the negotiation team in government, you have ministers and premiers. And you go to them and say, no, we think we can settle at this. And then one premier from another province just raise their hand and say, but why are we even paying salary increases? Why? I don't see a need why public servants must get more salaries. They are paid sufficiently already. And it kills the entire mood. You have to start again convincing people. As I move towards the end, I just want to spend a little bit of my time, Chairperson, on the ethics, and I'm saying here ethics are a cornerstone for social compacting. I think that compacting is an ethical endeavor because the decisions that are taken through these processes impact on the livelihoods of people and on the fiscal integrity of the state, whether we believe there's money or not. But the fiscal integrity of the state is very important, and the quality of services. So balancing all these things, all these important things that have to be dealt with continuously when you are handling issues related to bargaining processes or compacting in general. Constitutional values and principles apply to public sector councils directly and indirectly. And decisions and outcome must align to the values of a democratic, accountable, and developmental governance as allowed in Section 195. So sometimes I see members of unions or union representatives, even when they deal with disciplinary cases and etc. institutions, they forget that first and foremost they are public servants. And they are bound by the Constitution. First and foremost, they are public servants, and then they are citizens. They are members of the union, and they are citizens of the country, or they are leaders of the union, and they are citizens. And the Constitution applies across in all these three areas. So they don't have another kind of mechanism that is guiding them to do this work. At a broader, higher level, the Constitution is the guide. So there's certain things that are expected from them in terms of that. Also shapes how it conducts negotiations. The ethics shapes how negotiations are conducted, relations are managed, and how reforms are supported. Whether you are at NETLEC, whether you are in a bargaining council, or whatever other institutional mechanism where compacting takes place, it's important to always understand that the Constitution shapes how we conduct ourselves in those engagements. Ethical conduct is essential in wage negotiations, interpretation of agreements, and treatment of all stakeholders. And a bargaining process in general must reflect honesty, fairness, and integrity. This, for me, is a very important issue. I don't know how many times you look at the minutes of a meeting of a bargaining council and you hear what some of the leaders are saying outside. They were in that meeting, or their representatives were in that meeting, but they are busy running a media campaign and saying correctly things that are incorrect and that were never agreed or part of a discussion in the bargaining process itself. So that issue of honesty, fairness, and integrity is very important to me. Agreements must reflect alignment with the broader goal of building state capacity and improving service delivery, and we must influence the working environment of frontline public servants. My heart always goes to public servants in the front line. You know, your educators, your judicial officers, your police, and etc. I have seen how people in the front line struggle. I mean, I've seen how I used to work in Gauteng as the head of Department of Community Safety, working with police, and I've seen how police struggle when they want to do their work, but there's no vehicles for them to go and respond to a call from communities, and or there's no facilities in a police station, and etc. So for me, if we don't deal with these issues of frontline service, we cannot expect improvements in service delivery. We cannot expect improvements in policy implementation in South Africa. My key takeaways in terms of this topic is that compacting still has a critical role in shaping a capable, ethical, and developmental state. And it is a tool for shared commitment and encouraging accountability. Governance ethic rooted in dialogue, reciprocity, and collective problem solving. So as South Africa, we have to continue to talk and to engage in social conducting, because we must improve on our governance ethic, and we must ensure that there's dialogue, there's reciprocity, and collective problem solving, expression of democratic values as well through those particular processes, and lastly, effective functioning when all parties are committed in the process and there is honesty and transparency. Chairperson, I hope I'm still within my time, and I do want to say thank you very much. There is my contact details in case somebody wants to drop me an email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that presentation. Ms. Makasa, have a seat. We'll be engaging with you a bit later on. Okay, so we'll continue with the program this morning. Would like to now call upon our next speaker, Professor Gravett from the University of Johannesburg, to talk to us about embedding social justice in teacher education and development in Africa. Over to you. Round of applause.
Thank you. So it's next. Okay. So, yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I think I can say colleagues, because even though I'm not a teacher in schools or in working in that area, I am a teacher at heart, and I will always be a teacher, now working in the field of teacher education. Thank you very much for this invitation. And when I was invited, I made it very clear that I will not be giving a philosophical or a theoretical presentation about social justice. I'm talking from the heart, based on my many years of experience in teacher education and development, and it's also my passion to work in a field that contributes to teachers being delivered for our children, and also then teacher development. So, what will I be focusing on? I will briefly talk about an edited volume that I was involved in, which is about embedding social justice in teacher education and development. It was published around 2-3 years ago. And then I will talk about my point of departure in defining social justice in teacher education and development. And I will also refer to the type of teacher education and development that I think we need. All of this, of course, from a social justice perspective. And also briefly give voice to award-winning teachers about professional development and how they experience it. And lastly, I will talk about teacher education and development and artificial intelligence, which is, I think, a thorny issue for all of us in education. And if it's not a thorny issue yet, it should become a thorny issue. So let me briefly say something about this edited volume. This was a book that involved authors all across Africa, and we looked at social justice issues through induction activities, pedagogy, and discipline content involving local communities, and the role of technology, including the use of open educational resources. And the principles underlying these strategies were also related to the situation that we were struggling with at that moment, COVID-19, which was in itself a major social justice issue in terms of the repercussions of COVID-19. But that is not my focus today. I'm making you aware of this book. It's an interesting book if you would like to see more about these themes and with authors across Africa. So let me now indicate how I define the notion of social justice. It refers to fairness, equity, and inclusion in both educational opportunities and outcomes. And then in the context of teacher education and development, it means ensuring, or trying at least to ensure, that pre-service teacher education and in-service professional development address inequalities and empower teachers to be, and here I use the term, transformative agentic teachers. I borrow this from an author called, educationist, Roland Barthes, but I give my own interpretation to this vision of a transformative agentic teacher. So what will I be talking about now? I will be unpacking how I see the notion of a transformative agentic teacher. I will also refer to what we should be doing in teacher education and development to work towards this transformative agentic teacher development, and then also what are the inhibiting factors. As I indicated, the notion of a transformative agentic teacher is a vision of for what a good teacher should be. And I strongly believe in visions, because without visions, one is much too happy to accept the status quo. So at its core, the term transformative agentic teacher signals a vision of teachers who are characterized by two interlinked dispositions, which I would argue should be also the focus of teacher education and development. In the first instance, it's a transformative disposition. And what do I mean with that? It is the commitment to see teaching not just as delivering curriculum, but as shaping learning, challenging injustice, and opening possibilities for learners, and indirectly also for communities. Transformative teachers see their classrooms as places where learners develop capabilities to engage with the world. Such a teacher asks, how can I teach these children in my class to learn well and prepare them for life, prepare them for now and for the future? Or to borrow from David Perkins in his book, Future-Wise, Educating Our Children for a Changing World, how can I deliver life-worthy education? And I really like that term. How can I deliver life-worthy education for the children entrusted to me? And in addition, transformative teachers would ask, what kind of school and what kind of society should we be working towards? Let me now move on to an agentic disposition. This term draws on the concept of teacher agency, which involves the capacity of teachers to make informed choices, initiate action, and shape outcomes in their practices and as educators. So agency manifests in adaptability and resilience, which is so important for teachers to have. For example, seeking the most appropriate ways to engage learners, even when the context is challenging, and finding creative solutions in under-resourced environments. For example, designing low-cost science experiments or leveraging community knowledge in teaching. It also manifests in advocacy and leadership. It's about speaking up for learners' rights, contributing to school improvement, or mentoring peers. Critically, agency in Africa often involves working within and against constraints, large classes, limited materials, low pay, low status, yet, and that's important, refusing to be defined by them. Now, why the combination is important to me? Agency and transformation. Without agency, transformation risks remaining an abstract ideal. Teachers may believe in equity, but feel powerless to enact change. Without a transformative orientation, agency risks serving and reproducing the status quo, for example, being highly effective at using teaching techniques that do not support deeper learning. So transformative agentic teachers work for justice in current schools while simultaneously advocating for improved education for all learners. They model for learners what it means to be an empowered citizen who can imagine and create change. And they act as a bridge between policy aspirations, for example, inclusive, equitable education, and the lived realities of classrooms and schools, which are not always positive. So let me move on now to teacher preparation for transformative agentic teaching. So I'm asking the question, what then is necessary to prepare and support transformative agentic teachers, and what are the inhibitors? Now, I could, of course, mention a wide range of factors, but I will focus on a few that I see as particularly pertinent while simultaneously acknowledging that there are many more and acknowledging the complexity. Oops, no, this is not 40 minutes yet, I think. So part of this complexity is what Horn and Campbell refer to as the learning outcome dilemma in teacher education. They ask the question, and it's a very important question, should teacher preparation programs prepare teachers for the schools that are, for the current circumstances, or for the schools that should be, so in other words, be aspirational? And I would add, in a fast-changing world, schooling in and for a rapidly changing world. Now, I maintain that pre-service teacher education must aim to do all three, though I'm fully aware that this is quite ambitious. We need to prepare teachers who are able to work in diverse environments and negotiate the complexity of a rapidly changing world. Teachers' work is not static, as you very well know. It is changeable and complex, which requires adaptive expertise, and I will return to the notion of adaptive expertise. Now, in-service teacher education, professional development, will be more needs-driven and must address, and that's very important, the felt needs of teachers, not only the perceived needs. Now, perceived needs are those identified by others, which may or may not align with the teacher's needs themselves or their experience. Felt needs are the needs teachers actually experience, which could be considered their wants or desires. Now, I'm not disputing that perceived needs are very important. When, for instance, change is required or innovation is required, teachers may not know what they need. But I would argue that any successful professional development should be planned in a way that links to teachers' felt needs. Because if these do not link to their felt needs, they experience it as irrelevant. Quality professional development is a social justice issue, and I will return to this when I summarize the pertinent aspects that arose from a teacher conversation that I facilitated. So, I will be talking now about the notion of the science of learning and why I view that as a crucial focus when preparing transformative agentic teaching. So why am I singling out the science of learning in relation to embedding social justice in teacher education? My argument is that in a rapidly changing world, we need to prepare teachers who understand the importance of adaptive expertise and who would approach teaching with an adaptive expertise mindset. Now, adaptive expertise refers to the ability to flexibly apply knowledge and skills to novel and complex situations rather than solely rely on your routine expertise. That's what you do on a daily basis, which involves performing familiar tasks efficiently and fluently. Routine experts can execute tasks competently within familiar contexts. But we live in a changing world and in a diverse environment. So adaptive experts must be able to go further. When faced with new contexts or unfamiliar challenges, they analyze the situation, they revise routines in response to new demands, and generate fit-for-purpose solutions. Now, I argue that adaptive expertise requires an understanding of the science of learning, how humans learn. Such an understanding helps teachers avoid relying on teaching techniques that are not supportive of learning and often applied, regrettably, as recipes, regardless of changing teaching contexts and circumstances. Instead, when focusing on the science of learning, it will prompt teachers to ask constantly, what can I do best to help these learners to learn? This includes skillful use of teaching techniques, but with the understanding that those techniques are grounded in the science of learning. And my core argument is teaching should prepare children for life, for now and the future, which I mentioned as life-worthy education, and it is therefore a social justice issue. And consequently, teacher education, both pre-service and in-service, should be driven by empowering teachers to become skillful guides and supporters of learning. I want to quote from the UNESCO IBE Science of Learning portal, in which they also emphasize why the science of learning should become central in teacher education and development. They say the following: ineffective facilitation of learning can undermine the best curriculum. Learning is the final phase of the curriculum process. Without it, the best curriculum is just a document that cannot improve learning outcomes. Yet, effective facilitation of learning still eludes the education community. Many education systems fail to demonstrate the level of learning outcomes to which they commit, and this is a threat to the attainment of SDG 4's targets, and also it's equally important for the other 16 SDGs. And they state, the IBE believes that a deeper understanding of how humans learn is urgently needed to better facilitate learning. Building a scientific groundwork for education and learning has the potential to revolutionize the current understanding of learning and to provide an expanded, updated, and potentially useful toolkit to shape educational practice and policy. And I would suggest that you have a look at the IBE website on the science of learning. Now, I fully agree with this focus of the IBE, and I would add that understanding learning and how the brain functions in relation to learning is becoming even more important in the age of artificial intelligence. I'm concerned when I hear flippant remarks, and often from those who have jumped on the AI in education bandwagon, that memorization is becoming irrelevant in the age of AI. And I must say I was also brought up as an educator that memorization is bad. But let's unpack the notion of memorization. Memorization is often misunderstood. It does not equate to rote learning. That's the important point. Memorization means committing knowledge to memory so that it can be stored in long-term memory and retrieved later when needed. Without this process, you cannot readily use what you have learned. Your brain would have nothing to draw on. If you understand a concept but fail to commit it to memory, it will fade, leaving you unable to use it to solve problems, make decisions, or create new ideas. And that is often what happens in classrooms. There is the illusion of learning, but no real learning, because it is not committed to memory. The real goal is meaningful memorization, learning that connects new information to what you already know, making it stick through understanding, practice, and use. Memorization itself is not the problem. In fact, it is essential to all meaningful learning. Memorization is not the enemy of thinking. It is the foundation that enables it. So let's move away from the notion of memorization is bad. Rote learning is bad, yes. I recently read a very interesting article written by a group of neuroscientists who are also all involved in education. And they said and the title of this article is "The Memory Paradox: Why Our Brains Need Knowledge in an Age of AI." And you may recall that I said, many people say, knowledge is now freely available on AI. Why would we need to memorize this knowledge? And their extensive research said the following. In short, internalizing foundational knowledge, both facts and procedures, is what allows the mind to synthesize and create. Over-reliance on external memory, on what we have on our computers, what AI might give us, can leave one with a collection of correct outputs, answers obtained from tools, but without the integrated understanding of procedural fluency that marks true expertise. So I've just touched on the notion of the science of learning, but for me it is crucial that we start thinking about how all teachers and pre-service and in-service should learn more about the science of learning so that it can inform their teaching in rapidly changing circumstances. So let me move on now to practice learning as part of teacher education and development. And we all know the teachers that go in, pre-service teachers that go to schools to do their teaching practice or school experience or work-integrated learning, whatever you want to call it. Now, in addition to the focusing on the science of learning, I argue that teachers need opportunities for high-quality practice learning to prepare them for the routines of teaching and the realities of teaching. This is itself a social justice issue for pre-service teachers because their practice learning experience in schools often do not add value to their preparation for teaching. And that is a sad reality. In schools where teacher preparation is taken seriously, the students really benefit a lot. And I would think, why would schools not take this seriously? Because these are going to be your colleagues in future. You can influence them in a positive way. But yet, unfortunately, in many schools, this is not the experience of our pre-service teachers. And there are two main reasons for this. And universities are also here playing a role. It is not possible for teacher education staff to visit schools where student teachers are placed on a regular basis. Faculties of education are often under-resourced in terms of staffing and funding and are regrettably sometimes viewed as low status. Thank heavens, I can say unequivocally that's not the case at UJ, that we are seen as low status in the Faculty of Education. But it is the case in many universities. And this makes the role of mentored teachers in schools even more pivotal. However, many studies that have been conducted in schools show that challenges such as time pressures on teachers, and I get it, overcrowded classes, and now I must also accommodate a student teacher, the lack of understanding of what exactly their mentoring role involves, and perceptions of pre-service teachers as classroom assistants often result in poor teaching practice learning experiences, leaving many student teachers feeling disempowered. Very sad when they come back from schools and some of them would say, you know, I saw my mentor teacher the very first day and never again. Basically said, you teach my lessons for the rest of the time. Doesn't happen in too many schools that this is what happens, but in many cases, teachers see these young students as classroom assistants. Now, here technology could be used to supplement school-based practice learning, and at UJ we have been experimenting with mixed reality simulation, and I wish I had the time to tell you more about this because it is actually amazing. Now, mixed reality simulation involves a virtual classroom in which pre-service teachers teach virtual learners, or avatars, controlled by live trained actor, and we use senior or postgraduate students to do this. And each avatar portrays a unique learner with its own personality, behaviors, and voices. So the avatars represent a classroom, including children from different backgrounds with varied personalities and attitudes. Now, our 4-year research at UJ on using mixed reality simulation has shown the effectiveness of mixed reality simulation. It's really making a huge difference in the lives of these pre-service teachers. However, the social justice issue is its affordability, regrettably so. We use a US service provider, and our weak currency means that in the long term, we may not be able to continue using mixed reality simulation despite its proven value. And the irony is that we at UJ have the capacity to develop something similar that could be made available to universities across Africa. However, patent restrictions make this impossible. And that's a very sad reality. So let me move on and say something about the quality of teacher education development programs as a social justice issue. And there you would see it's an inhibiting factor. Now, I would argue that the quality of teacher education development programs in Africa, and including South Africa, is a social justice issue. If teacher education programs are of poor quality, we perpetuate inequality in education systems. Why? Because the knowledge and skills that teachers bring into the classroom directly affect student learning outcomes. And typically, it is the most vulnerable learners, those in rural or low-income schools, who suffer the consequence of poorly prepared teachers. It is a fundamental injustice when learners in some schools have well-trained, competent teachers, while others must settle for poorly trained teachers due to systematic neglect of teacher education. And these weaknesses in teacher education programs manifest in various ways. Firstly, the insufficient pre-service teacher education offering. In some cases, teacher preparation programs are not modeling effective teaching practices. The program as such does not model it. The teacher education curricula are outdated, or they enroll far more students than they can effectively prepare. And this is a difficult one, because if a country needs teachers, the argument could be, let's push them through the system. At least you would have a teacher that is somewhat qualified. And let me also say, qualified does not mean good teacher. Also two different things. And then also resource constraints. Many teacher preparation programs in Africa operate with very limited resources. Lack of up-to-date materials, technology, and sometimes even basic facilities. And here's the issue. The quality of teacher education has a cascading effect on educational equity. Poor initial teacher education results in poor teaching, results in poor learning outcomes. So this is a serious issue around justice. If we accept that every child has a right to a competent and caring teacher, then strengthening teacher education must be viewed as a social justice imperative. This includes improving curricula, ensuring competent teacher education, and designing appropriate practicum experiences. Let me say now something about in-service teacher education. And here I want to draw on a sort of a case study. So I recently was a facilitator of a conversation amongst teachers, and these were all very good teachers, committed teachers, teachers who are driven and who want to make a difference in education. And the question that was posed to them was, what drives teachers to engage in professional development? So they had quite a number of things to say. And the conversation revealed their frustrations and also their hopes. The barriers that undermine participation was, according to them, that despite the fact that they are committed to growth, the majority expressed deep frustration about how professional development is currently implemented in many cases. they raise several challenges. Time constraints, teachers are overwhelmed due to overloaded timetables, administrative demands, and personal responsibilities, and that makes after-hours workshops or weekend sessions feel impossible. As one teacher said, after a full day in the classroom, I'm expected to sit through another 3 hours. It's exhausting. And it's particularly the case if they feel that these 3 hours were not well spent. And that was a recurring theme, sadly so. They spoke about repetitive and irrelevant content. Many felt that the sessions recycled the same content year after year, often delivered by facilitators disconnected from classroom realities. One said, they haven't been in classrooms in years, said one participant. They speak of ideal learners and perfect conditions. That's not our world. In other words, teachers' felt needs were not being addressed. And also the one-size-fits-all approach. Teachers work in vastly different contexts, from under-resourced rural schools to better equipped urban environments, yet development sessions often ignore this diversity. As one teacher from Limpopo put it, what works in one school can't just be cut and paste into another. We need tailored support. I could give even more examples of the difficulties that they address. But the one that I would also like to single out, because for me that is a sad situation, and that is, they said, they often lack voice and agency. It was a powerful theme, was the silencing of teachers. Many felt unable to voice concerns or criticism for fear of being labeled lazy or ungrateful. One said, we're scared to speak up, said one panelist. Even when things doesn't work, we just nod and go home. But it was not all gloom. Amid these difficulties, they also said that these are the things that make professional development positive. If it's relevant, and here I've already spoken about their felt needs and perceived needs. So, and as I said, if the needs are perceived needs by, for instance, the Department of Education, what is being done to make sure that it links to teachers' felt needs, to ensure that they see it as relevant? They said that sessions should be interactive, energizing, and led by passionate facilitators, which is not always the case. I was somewhat baffled when I asked, but aren't you asked for feedback on these sessions? And apparently that is not what happens as a matter of course, which I find extremely puzzling. I would never do any workshops, etc., without asking feedback afterwards about what did you find meaningful and what not. And apparently that is not a practice that is used widely. They also spoke about collaboration and community, that they would value learning in and from peers, and then recognition and incentives. And of course, this could be controversial because one shouldn't be doing development for incentives. However, they do have a point to say that sometimes incentives could be symbolic, and that can provide motivation, especially in under-resourced environments. They also spoke of the very important role of school leadership and policy. When principals and senior management teams value learning, provide time and resources for growth, and model commitment to development, teachers are more likely to engage. And then many of them said, of course, teachers also have a responsibility. They must take ownership, that teachers must understand their own agency in development and not expect to be developed. Development is your choice also. However, I get it if you feel that the opportunities that are sometimes compulsory are wasting your time, it's more difficult to be positive. One teacher summarized the gist of the conversation very well. She said, we are not asking for miracles, just for development that respects our time, understand our contexts, and speaks to our reality. Again, I want to emphasize here why then I see teacher development that is not done well as a social justice issue. Let me briefly talk about low teacher status and conditions and its implications for social justice. Even though it does not relate directly to teacher education and development, it impacts teacher education and development. So the low status and poor working conditions of teachers in many African countries present a serious social justice concern. And these realities do impact teacher education. Despite the vital role that teachers play, they are often undervalued, underpaid, and working in difficult conditions. Across much of Africa, the social prestige of teaching has declined, with long-term effects on education quality. And it's also the case in South Africa. So the question that I often ask myself, is it because we teachers do not always show professionalism, why the status has declined, or what is the reason? And that's a sad, sad situation because we need the best also to enter teacher education. And often young, bright students are told, why do you want to become a teacher? There are many other things that you can do. That's a sad situation, and it reflects the low status of teachers in the country. My last focus for today is AI and social justice in African teacher education and development, and I will just touch on it because it's a huge theme on its own to talk about AI. Artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming education worldwide and therefore also would impact teacher education and development. In the context of Africa, where educational inequalities such as the urban-rural divides and resource gaps are already pronounced, the rise of AI in teacher education and development could either help or breach gaps or inadvertently widen them. And that is my worry, that AI would inadvertently widen gaps. And here I draw heavily on that article on Train Africa's Teachers in AI or Risk and Education Crisis, a very important article to read, and I would urge you to have a look at this article. So the integration of AI tools and platforms into teacher education programs and into schools brings opportunities to improve how teachers learn and teach. For example, AI-driven platforms can offer personalized development, and it also can be used to put one in touch with teachers across the world. So the world can become part of the professional development of teachers through AI. But there are also serious risks and challenges, and without deliberate guidance, AI could become a double-edged sword in education. In well-resourced settings, AI is already used well, but in under-resourced settings, there might be the sense of, let's sort of replace the teachers with the AI because the teachers are not doing well. So if learners and teachers simply rely then on AI to do their work, countries with already low educational outcomes could be hollowed out further because AI could provide the illusion of learning and not real learning. So if poorly implemented AI systems could really widen inequalities. And as I said, I could say much, much more about that, but that's maybe something for another time. So let me try and summarize my core argument today. Let me just get to it. So I've argued throughout this presentation that teacher education and development in Africa is not only an educational concern, but a social justice imperative. To speak of embedding social justice in teacher preparation is to insist that teachers, whether in an urban setting or with abundant resources or in remote village schools, deserves the preparation, professional support, and conditions that enable them to deliver life-worthy education. And I framed this vision through the idea of a transformative agentic teacher. Now, realizing this vision requires more than rhetoric. It demands that we address the quality of initial teacher education so that all teachers graduate with strong grounding, and that was one of my core arguments, in the science of learning, opportunities for meaningful practice, and the mindset to be both adaptive and proactive. We need to think seriously about professional development so that it is relevant, empowering, and responsive to teachers' felt needs, not a top-down compliance exercise. We need to think seriously about how to raise the status of teaching by recognizing teachers as professionals, improving their working conditions, and involving them as partners in educational change. And there we all have a role to play. All of us in education to talk with the parents in our schools and to talk with everybody to help us understand the importance of teachers in your life. And the irony is, we do, but yet the teachers have low status. And we need, and this one again needs a separate conversation, to approach technology and AI critically and inclusively, ensuring that digital innovation narrows rather than widens existing inequalities, which is my fear. So to summarize, if we fail to act thoughtfully and proactively, the consequences are predictable. A widening gap between the educational experience of the privileged and the disadvantaged. And this includes the school learners, pre-service and in-service teachers alike, leaving teachers demoralized instead of empowered as transformative and agentic professionals. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that presentation, Prof. Do grab a seat there. We'll be engaging in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be moving swiftly along to our next speaker. I would like to call upon Ms. Zoleka Njoza, who is Employment Labour Law Specialist at Lupao Empowerment Solutions, to talk to us on fostering inclusion that promotes access to decent work for persons with disabilities. Over to you. Round of applause.
Presentation, AP, undercover outing, show back, yes, and then presentation, okay, sure, and then only, okay. Thank you so much. You're the light. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you this morning? Hello. Hi. Yes, thank you so much. That sounds much better. Thank you so much. As I've been introduced, my name is Zoleka Njoza, and I'm from Lupao, and I just want to thank the organizers just for yet another invite. And last day in Cape Town, I was delivering a presentation on violence and harassment in the workplace. So my presentation last day, just a minute, was more to look after the employee. I'm here for the employee as a teacher, as a deputy principal, HOD, as one that is a worker and employee. So I'm here for you. So for today's session, as an employee, to see I'm a person living with disabilities. So today's session, colleagues, is all about understanding inclusion. So today's session, colleagues, is all about understanding inclusion. So my topic was more how issues of human dignity. So we'll touch how issues of human dignity. So we'll touch on constitutional mandate, the Bill of Rights, disability and inclusion, employment equity, because that's where I grew up in the department. Organizational barriers, because that's where I grew up in the department. Organizational barriers and challenges. We talk barriers, and in terms of in terms of employment equity, what are those challenges? That is why when you have identified a barrier, colleagues, the reason why there are no types of disability, more defined through litigations. I'll make an example. In 2023, before I left, as we out, whether is it a recurring or maybe is it a long term, so it could be one. Thank you so much. So it's just this one. So it's not going to be sufficient for the department. So it's not going to be sufficient for the department or any other workplace that we develop policies and we fail to socialize that are living with with disabilities for their advancement. And you'll find out sometimes that if I'm a person living with a disability, regardless of my qualification, and participate in decisions. So I'm an employment equity specialist. I also capacitate the trade unions, especially the consultative forums, where the concern, because there is a slogan that says, nothing about us without us. Remember, as a member of a forum, you are bringing the interest of your safe platform where they express their concerns. So for persons with disabilities, this also includes accessible workplaces. So where you are, the school that you are ever going to on a daily basis. So you need to pause and ask a question, is it accessible for employees living with disabilities? And I always bring it home to say, we are having those people or persons that are of little stature. You see the little stature, and the offensive word would be to say a person is a dwarf. That becomes offensive. It's an offensive language. So if we're having an employee DG, so let's take a look and check our workplaces. Let's go to the ablution facilities, because sometimes we take things for granted, where I'm using a table, where I'm going to the bathroom, and I know that the sink is this height. Should there be an employee that is of little stature, will that be accessible for that employee? So these are the things that we need to do to say, let's do some universal assessments in our schools, starting from the gate, starting from the parking, where you are parking your car, whether is it accessible for a person that is using a wheelchair. So it was never by chance that in 2006 that everyone was busy checking the workplaces, whether are they accessible. Even public spaces, you go to the malls, there is an ablution facility for those persons that are using the wheelchairs and everything, but we need to pause and check our workplaces as a school, whether is it accessible for an employee living with disability. And I will talk more on the intellectual and why the definition was more now expanded to talk to issues of invisible disabilities. Because our focus sometimes is more on physical, whether are you using a wheelchair, whether do you have a visual impairment and the likes, but we'll talk more on those that are intellectual and sensory. And then why this matters, and we are saying it affirms the dignity and the rights of every individual. That is very important, colleagues. So let's bring some international frameworks, colleagues, and national. And I won't be long on this slide, is the fact that we are a member state to the International Labour Organization, and the fact that when we ratified Convention 111 that talks to discrimination in respect of employment and occupation. So all of these codes that I'll be mentioning today, they fall under the Employment Equity Act. So you will see the United Nations, and we've just, in terms of Employment Equity Act, revised the definition for that alignment. So we are bringing the United Nations on the rights of persons with disabilities. So it was in 2006 when we came as a department, or maybe as a member state, to ILO with a code of good practice for people with disabilities, on employment of people with disabilities, and then it has since been revised in 2015. So there are different definitions, colleagues. So you'll have your UN, you'll have your Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, that the aim is to ensure equal rights and freedoms for persons with disabilities, colleagues, that it promotes, is there to promote dignity, autonomy, and inclusion, clarify and adapt existing rights for better accessibility more than anything, and the support inclusive developments and participation, establish national and international monitoring systems. And then we go to the ILO. We know that there is ILO Convention number 159 that talks to vocational rehabilitation and employment of disabled persons, particularly Article 1. You must remember, when we develop or prepare the codes of good practices, the legal obligation is more to align with the provisions, those articles that are in the convention. So if we go to our constitutional mandate, colleagues, because we have a constitution that is our supreme law, that the framework is aligned with the, sorry colleagues, with the South African, with ILO and the instruments, because we do have some instruments. We talk about recommendations, we talk about the conventions, but we have this one of 2007. So the key constitutional provisions, colleagues, especially if we go to the Bill of Rights, that is Section 9, that is an equality clause, that everyone is equal before the law and has the right into equal protection and benefit of the law. And I know that there were scholars yesterday that were talking more on Constitution, even this morning, and the fact that it prohibits unfair discrimination on various grounds, including disability. And then it is also unpacked under Chapter 2 of Employment Equity that talks to prohibition. And I love Chapter 2 of Employment Equity because it's more relevant, or maybe whether you are a small or you are a big employer, regardless of the size and the industry you are operating in, you must be compliant that there should be no one that unfairly discriminates anyone. So you talk to Section 10 of human dignity, access to health, colleagues, and education. But I want us now to zoom into the fact sheet, because I did some research as well to say in terms of the statistic, but the statistics in terms of employment, colleagues, especially if you go to the right one, to the key facts here, the workforce profile that is sitting at 1.3%. Remember, my focus was more on the annual report, that is the Commission for Employment Equity annual report. So one of their functions, their function is to produce a statistical report on the status of employment in the country. So it's sitting under Chapter 4 of the Employment Equity Act. So last year, that is in the report of 2024-2025, that is their 25th CE annual report, and then it was the employment of our persons with disabilities was sitting at 1.3%. So I'm only focusing on the designated employers because of employment equity, meaning that all those employers that have reported to the Director General on the progress they were making in the employment equity plans. And then when you zoom into the education sector, and then they reported only 1.1% of employees living with disabilities. So meaning that there's still now work to be done. And with the Amendment Act, colleagues, that came into effect in January, there is a sector targets. Now we are talking sectoral targets where now the minister is provided with powers to impose sector targets to each and every national economic sector. And the target now is sitting at 3%. So if as an education sector, and you are part of the education sector, currently we're sitting at 1.1%. By 2030, there is a requirement that we achieve 3% going forward. So if we go, colleagues, there will be educational barriers. So I will touch on most of the things that are on the slide. Let's zoom into employment equity and understand the definition and why the legislation is not providing the types of disabilities. And then if we go to employment equity under Chapter 1, so you will see that there is a criteria at the bottom, because you will have a code of good practice on employment of persons with disabilities. You will have a technical assistant guidelines. So that's where the provisions of the Act are being unpacked in the code of good practice. And we understand, colleagues, that the code of good practice is there to guide the employers when you are developing your own employment policies. It's not enforceable in nature, but it is admissible in the court of law. And we can take that from the case of Solidarity vis-a-vis SAPS in 2023, the judgment where it was pertaining issues of racial harassment at that workplace, and the fact that the judgment was more based on the code itself that talks to elimination and prevention of harassment in the workplace. So I want us now to go into the criteria, because as an adult sitting in the room, you need to understand. So when we are unpacking the definition that says it includes people who have long-term or recurring physical, mental. So you will see where I have underlined that that's where it is now being expanded to say, let's align with the rights of persons with disabilities as per the UN. It's more now talking to issues of intellectual or sensory impairment. And then it goes further to say that may substantially limit you as an individual prospects of entry into or advancement in employment. But when you are unpacking it in terms of the technical assistant guideline, the first question will be in terms of the criteria, do you have an impairment? That is one question. So you will know when you are having an impairment. So an impairment may either be physical, colleagues, meaning that is the one that is more visible, we can see. And then it could be mental, we talk intellectual, we talk sensory, or a combination of both. And then it goes further to unpack what it means when it's addressing issues of physical impairment. That means partial or total loss of bodily function, part of the body, e.g., a person that is hard of hearing, that is deaf, hearing impaired or visual impaired. Mental impairment is clinically recognized condition, colleagues. So that is why when you are disclosing a disability, there is an EA1 form, colleagues, that is in the employment equity regulations. So that EA1 form, colleagues, was never at the beginning meant for an employee or a candidate that is living with a disability. It was meant for all employees to disclose. Remember, in the form, there is a yes and there is a no. So if it's a no, it's a no. But what has changed now in terms of this definition? In the past, in the Principal Act, or maybe if we go to the EA regulations, there used to be a provision for type of disability. And then now, our legislatures were like, I don't think we have interest on the type of disability. Our interest is more, how do we help you? So that is why there's a new provision that talks to reasonable accommodation. As an employee living with a disability, you would know exactly what works for you. And in terms of reasonable accommodation, we need to understand again, colleagues, that it's not one size fits all. That's why it's very important that you tell the employer upfront that this is what will work for me. I'll make an example about visual impairment. I'm wearing glasses. It doesn't mean that I have a disability or maybe visual impairment, because I've already corrected that. But there might be a person that is living with albinism. Even by virtue of wearing the glasses, is still not assisting. The person might say, my reasonable accommodation for me to be able to perform effectively, I need a modified screen, and then it becomes an assistive device. And then another person might say, even though you have provided me or the other person with a modified screen, I need some JAWS, some softwares. So that is why it's never one size fits all. So it depends from an employee to employee. So it goes back to say, you ask a question, now that you understand whether it's mental, intellectual, it's physical. And then the question would be, is it a long-term or is it a recurring? And then a long-term means the impairment has lasted for or likely to persist for at least 12 months. Sometimes you were involved in a car accident and you cannot perform, and then after 12 months, and then you come back, and the recurring. Those long-term sometimes are those that are more genetic, and then there will be those that are recurring. And then it goes further. The third part will be that impairment must be substantially limit you. And you must remember, as an employee, you are not forced to disclose disability. And there will be other reasons why you are reluctant in terms of disclosing. Sometimes you will feel that in this workplace, those that are living with physical disabilities, they are already marginalized. And then how much more when I'm living with an invisible? Let him rather not. And then you need to understand as an employee again that if you are not disclosing and the employer was in a position of assisting you, that might impact negatively on the performance. You may be now disciplined in terms of poor performance, in terms of underperformance. As long as you understand that for me, disclosing is going to assist me because there is a legal obligation from the employer side to provide what is called a reasonable accommodation. So it has to be limiting in nature. And then we go, colleagues, to the types. So these are the types, and when I brought the types, I was in contact with my ILO colleagues. So there is a UN convention, so where we are categorizing. One will ask a question, why categorization matters? And it does matter because it helps to tailor-make the support services and accommodation. I've already explained to say we may be two employees living with visual impairment. It does not mean that our reasonable accommodation that the employer is providing is going to be one size fits all. So it has to be tailor-made for each and every employee, and that it improves policy development because we are also developing policies, colleagues, and inclusive planning. And we need to, it has everything to do with finance, money, because we budget for these assistive devices, colleagues. Reasonable accommodation raises awareness and reduces stigma through education. So meaning that there should be some education around the issue of disability so that as employees working with our colleagues that are living with disabilities, we become champions ourselves and remember that this could happen to the best of us, colleagues. And then mobility. So these are the types. We're having mobility we call physical, and the description you would know that it affects mobility or physical functioning. So we talk about your spinal cord injuries, arthritis, cerebral palsy. We've got developmental that appears during childhood and affects physical learning or behaviors. We talk about autism. And maybe you'll agree with me that kids of today, everyone is talking about autism. Sometimes it becomes physical, sometimes it becomes invisible. Your spectrum disorder, fetal alcohol syndrome, communication that impacts speech and language, colleagues, abilities, those that are stuttering. Yes, you may not until I speak. And another reasonable accommodation, I remember when I was an employee where one of the colleagues was like, Zoleka, I'm scared to disclose because I'm not sure whether this is an impairment. And then as he was relating the story, you must remember for you to advance, you go through selection, recruitment and selection process, meaning that there would be interviews. And then she was like to me, when I go for interviews, I become nervous such that I'm unable to speak. But now the employer cannot help you because you have not disclosed the disability. And this disability is voluntarily. You disclose voluntarily because you know for a fact that there is reasonable accommodation that is coming. And then I was like, I'm encouraging that you disclose disability so that when you go through the recruitment and selection process, at least you are given an opportunity to answer the questions in writing. And then it becomes a reasonable, and there's no money spent by the employer. So you will see the reasonable accommodations, they vary from the need of the employees. They're multiple, and there are those colleagues that are living with multiple disabilities combination of two or more. A person may be sometimes deaf, may be blind, physical or intellectual. Cognitive learning is one of those types, colleagues. These affect how individuals process information, read, write, or perform math. We talk about dyslexia, we know about that. Dyscalculia, I don't know the names, and then nonverbal learning disabilities, issues with visual, spatial, motor, and social skills, auditory processes. So meaning that as a manager that is working with a person living with a disability, the employer has a responsibility of capacitating our line managers so that we understand how do we work optimally with our colleagues that are living with disabilities. Psychological and emotional disabilities, colleagues, and then they impact emotional regulation, behavior, and mental health. Everyone is talking about mental health these days. So we talk about the examples of anxiety disorder, depression that could be chronic, that it can lead to an impairment, colleagues. Post-traumatic stress, obsessive-compulsive disorder, we talk about bipolar disorder. And you will see as I will be bringing some reasonable accommodation because it talks to different types. It's addressing all of these categories. We talk about chronic health conditions that might lead to disability, colleagues. This may not be visible, but can cause fatigue. So if I'm fatigued at work, I'm expected also to perform optimally. What's going to be the reasonable accommodation so that I perform just like any other person? We talk about pain, cognitive issues, your epilepsy, colleagues. We talk about your chronic fatigue syndrome, diabetes as well. Diabetes can, colleagues. So it varies what type of disability, and then it becomes chronic. And you must remember now, when you are disclosing, you are having a responsibility as an employee to produce a medical certificate. So you cannot just say, I've got this impairment. So it has to be supported by the medical certificate. And then other employers, they will go further and say, we are having our own health professionals. And then it goes further to say, how do we then certify that medically? We talk about sensory impairment. These are not always obvious, but affect perceptions and interaction. Those first is so antisocial. My Xhosa is coming in now. Is antisocial, and then impair senses like sight, your hearing or touch. So partial hearing loss, visual processing disorders, and then sensory processing disorders. So you remember, I've been enforcing some of the legislation, your BCI, your sectoral determinations of employment equity, and then we always have some exclusions. So we need to go back now to say, now that we understand what disability is and what is the criteria, there should be some exceptions now to say, what are the conditions that are generally not considered disabilities? Correctable vision, I've already made an example, that by virtue of wearing glasses, I've already corrected that. Temporary illness or injuries, that is short-term conditions like the flu, your broken bone that heal quickly, and considered disabilities. Substance abuse, colleagues, disabilities caused by current illegal drug or alcohol use are excluded unless the person is in a recognized treatment program. So you would have gone through your wellness programs. Behavioral issues, traits like compulsive gambling as well, colleagues. Stealing, fire setting are not classified as disabilities. Sexual behavior disorder, colleagues, if they conflict with public policy, they are not recognized as disabilities in the workplace. And then cosmetic or physical traits, tattoos, your piercing, variations in height, weight or strength, because everyone is going for LLB, don't, something like that. But it cannot, BBL, thank you so much, GS, BBL, that cannot be considered as disability, and the compulsive gambling. Let's go to the examples of reasonable accommodation, because we said it's there to assist the employee. Let's first talk about reasonable accommodation. It is their colleagues to remove the barriers, because now it becomes a barrier, especially to equity, to performing the essential functions of the job for a person who is suitably qualified. You must remember in the Act, we talk about the suitability of a candidate. What makes you to be a suitable employee, suitably qualified employee. Also reasonable steps to ensure that the working environment does not prevent persons with disabilities from accessing or retaining positions. Because in the code, there is a recruitment and selections. How do we plan to develop our employees living with disabilities? We talk about promotions, colleagues. How do we plan to retain our employees living with disabilities and the promotions for which they are suitably qualified? The employer, colleagues, it goes to say, must take, it is the responsibility of the employer. You must remember you are a duty holder in terms of the Act as the employer, that you must take steps to mitigate the effect of an individual's disability to allow him or her to fully participate in the workplace in order to achieve his or her potential. And the employer is doing that by provision of reasonable accommodation. Allow the persons with a disability to enjoy equal access to the benefits and opportunities, meaning that when there are these awareness sessions and education, DG, we need to sell the benefits of disclosure. Why is it important that you disclose? What is it that I can do for you as the employee? It's very important that we do sell the benefits and the fact that this could happen to the best of us, and that all staff must have equal rights to promotions. And other employees will be like, I'm scared to apply. What if I'm going to be marginalized because of my disability? That is like it's going to be slow and the likes. So equal access for all colleagues, especially to opportunities. An employer may be required to restructure a job by reallocating non-essential marginal job functions, but only if the applicant or employee with a disability can perform the essential functions of the job or with or without reasonable accommodation. It goes further to say this is how we are classifying them, colleagues. So there will be those that are more job-related adjustments. There will be support services. Sometimes you'll find out that they don't even require finances. There's no monetary value attached. And then you go to the physical and environmental adjustments, and then it goes to technological support. So when we go to the first one, that is the job-related adjustments. So we talk about flexible work hours or remote work options. So maybe a person that is partially blind, if I may put it that way, and for me to get to the school, I have to take a taxi, and I'm living far away, Esoshanguve, and I'm working in the other direction. So it's dark in winter. So the reasonable accommodation for me will be, say, instead of you, Zoleka, coming to work at 7:30, why don't you be here at 8:30? During winter, but you leave another 30 minutes later. Those are the job-related adjustments in terms of working hours. And then modified job duties or restructuring tasks, colleagues, it does happen. Additional breaks for medical needs. I'm taking medication, and everyone is taking a 45 minutes break. But my reasonable accommodation, because I have disclosed voluntarily, is for my employer to say, Zoleka, why don't you take 15 minutes more so that at least the medication does it? And we're talking about those, colleagues, when we talk about job-related adjustments. Support services, sign language interpretations. And we know that employees that are hard in terms of hearing, sometimes they do not require a sign interpreter on a daily basis. They can still do their jobs, but it's a matter of when there are sessions, when there are meetings, you can still provide that support service. Job coaches or mentors, personal assistants, and it does happen. You know, Luvuyo, in the CCMA in the Western Cape, so there was a personal assistant in terms of support services to one of our colleagues that was living with disability in terms of mobility. Physical and environmental adjustments, accessible workstations, the height that I've just made an example, that there is a candidate that is coming and is of little stature, and we are ever taking things for granted, that can she access everything that we are accessing? We think that they are normal. So we talk about desks, we talk about ramps, economic furniture, colleagues, or assistive devices, improved lighting or noise. So you'll find out that for those employees that are living, they've got some visual impairment. Others, even if you're going for assessments, sometimes they can't even fill a form on a white paper. So meaning that there should be some adjustments in terms of color because of those sensory sensitivities. Technological support, colleagues, screen readers. Others will require screen readers, voice recognition. It does happen. Our laptops, they do that. Or braille displays, captioning services for meetings, accessible digital platforms, and internet systems. These are the examples, colleagues, when it comes to reasonable accommodation. And then it goes further, colleagues, to say, what are those? You'll see the workstations that we need to modify and adjustments to work schedules, because there will be those assistance in making the workplace more accessible depending on the kind of person's limitations. That's why it's never going to be one size fits all. And then the reallocation of non-essentials, I've already dealt with that, and then the support and reasonable accommodation, and then sometimes it could be adjustment to the nature and duration of the duties of the employee at work. I've already made an example. And then we go to these organizational barriers and challenges. The mindset and biasness, colleagues. Sometimes it becomes unconscious biasness because you happen to be a person that is living without a disability. So we talk about lack of awareness. We need to be capacitated, colleagues. Education is key, and I'm presenting to the educators. Inaccessible physical structures. Let's go back and check our schools and take stock and check whether is there anyone, maybe company, that could assist us and check the universal accessibility for all schools, whether starting from the gate, colleagues, until we get to the classroom. Non-accommodative environments, and they are there, colleagues. Transport limitations, insufficient tools of trade. We've spoken about those gadgets. Are they there to assist you as an employee? High turnover of our employees with disabilities, and sometimes they would leave because they see that I'm ever treated, marginalized. And even my supervisor, my HOD, does not even recognize that I'm a qualified person. I need to advance, but because of my limitations, and then they would leave. Limited learning growth and opportunities, and then we talk about the lack of employee value proposition. So this takes us, colleagues, to the strategic focus areas. The organizational culture is very important. The culture, and if, for example, we are having our own values, I've never checked the values that whether as an employee at school, are they displayed? Are they embedded on me as an employee? How do these values manifest themselves? Meaning that my behavior, what are the behavioral statements, so that I see that everyone could see that I'm living, or maybe I'm also responding to the positive organizational culture that fosters a disability-confident organization and that protects confidentiality. Remember, when you're disclosing a disability, you do that in a manner that is confidential, and the fact that the employer has to protect that information. I think that is why now the EA1 form has done away with the type of disability, rather the reasonable accommodation that you require. It's because if you're a senior person, sometimes you have sincerely disclosed mental issues. Maybe your employees will ever say, hey, uyararaza, utented, exactly. So those are the things. So we need to treat it as confidentially as possible. And the fact that it's there to promote dignity and respect. If one of our values is to say we respect one another in the workplace, where does it start? How does it manifest itself? What are those behaviors that they talk to respect and dignity, colleagues? Access and support. Provide universal access, DG, reasonable accommodation, principals, deputy principal, HODs, and assistive devices. That we know that this requires some budget. There should be budget for that. And then, but we still need our employees to be employed. Employees with disabilities, we still want them because we talk issues of inclusion. Let's review the strength and the current disability strategy. Do we have a policy to start with? Is it aligned with the strategy? When we are having this policy, because having a policy, I've just mentioned that it's not sufficient. Have we socialized? Because we need to take it to the employees so that you understand what is in for me as an employee. Data analysis. We need to conduct disability audits and job analysis. Whether are they accessible for our employees with disabilities? Develop a job to skills index to inform career pathing. We need to know what is their career pathing. I came here as a level 1 teacher, but still I've got some aspirations to grow within the education sector. And then what is it that is being done for me in terms of development? So meaning that you cannot do it separate from the talent management. So we need talent management to come. We've got those that are sitting at acquisition management. Policy training, I've already mentioned the socialization. That is never sufficient, colleagues, to have a document that is sitting there and gathering dust. We need to ensure. And we need to have committees. Who are those that are sitting in terms of approving the reasonable accommodation, starting from the budget, and then we implement diversity training programs for all colleagues. Recruitment and development. Align recruitment and promotion process with EE targets. There are new EE targets, colleagues, and I've already presented in terms of the CE annual report that was published in April, that in terms of education, the representation of our employees living with disabilities, it's sitting at 1.1%. And then align learnerships, training, coachings. We can have those in mentoring for persons with disabilities so that we're aligned. We talk issues of inclusion, so it has to manifest itself. Awareness, I could not stress that more, that we need to increase disability awareness through monthly articles. There should be articles, leadership messages that we embrace. And then celebrate International Day of Persons with Disabilities. So this day is an annual one on the 3rd of December, but in South Africa, we celebrate it for the whole month, starting from the 3rd of November to the 3rd of December. What is it that we are doing as a country or in the education sector so that everyone understands what disability is all about? So this takes me to the last slide. I think I'm good in terms of time. Thanks, Mko. Tips for managers. So if you're sitting here as a leader, colleagues, you need to foster awareness and understanding. Educate yourself first. Capacitation is very important. Everyone was talking about AI. As I'm presenting, definitely are going on AI, checking, is this a true reflection? No, so we do that. It starts from you to capacitate yourself, especially as a leader, colleagues. And then about various disabilities, avoid assumptions. Promote empathy through training and open dialogue. So that's why we need some champions. And you must ensure that for me disclosing is not just a show. There should be a reasonable accommodation that's being provided. It's not about stats that we have, but after I have disclosed what is in for me so that I'm able to perform effectively. Implement assistive technologies. Flexible, we've already spoken about that. Communicate effectively. Address employees directly using respectful, clear language. That's why at the beginning we're talking, it's a pity I'm not here for the workshop. It was a presentation. I know that this is educational, but we came up with the words that we grew up using. I grew up in a township that we are using, that I've made an example about dwarfism, that ubanban yi dwarfu, and then now there is a correct word that you can address a person living with a particular disability. It's very important that when we address our employees living with disabilities, we use a respected or respectful word, colleagues. Clear language, listen actively, and ask how best to support them. Prioritize employee well-being. That is very important, colleagues, that we support mental health through counseling. Wellness, is there an EAP? Do we have a call-free number? Should I undergo all of these that we have spoken about in the education sector? And then we are sitting in Kobo in that school, and then are all these resources available to you? So those are the things, colleagues, that we need to talk about in terms of counseling, inclusive team activities, and check in regularly as a manager. Know legal and ethical responsibilities, colleagues, as a manager. Understand disability laws and company policies. Document accommodation confidentially and advocate for fairness. Build an inclusive culture. that's the last one, that you establish disability support networks. In other workspaces, you'll find out that there are different networks. Now we are, in terms of these new generations, so you will have network for the youth, because we need to understand them. They need to understand us as the generation, or maybe the baby boomers or Generation X. So those networks, they assist. We should have also a network for our employees living with disabilities, because they know their interests and they would know who's the person that they are trusting in terms of forwarding those interests into the bigger forum. And then celebrate diversity and model as a manager inclusive behavior. So this takes me to the end of the presentation. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Ms. Njoza. It's quite informative. And of course, that concludes our presentation segment for this morning. It's great to listen to all of those presentations under this theme of corporate governance, and it was very informative indeed. Maybe, Ms. Njoza, let me start with you. Following that presentation, and I know that you touched extensively on this, that we heard a wave of how most organizations start addressing inclusivity only as and when there's an issue, or maybe after a complaint, or maybe a legal challenge that they faced, which has on many occasions forced us to think that most organizations are in a way not genuinely proactive. They just react as and when. Just what practical measures can workplaces take to perhaps stamp accessibility and reasonable accommodation that you also spoke about into their culture of policies as well as infrastructure from the onset?
I think for me, truly speaking, some of the employers are so reactive.
Yeah.
We need to be proactive. I think this is an opportunity now, especially now that the legislation, that is the Employment Equity Act, because the Code of Good Practice is more housed under the Employment Equity Act.
Volume down, please.
So we then need to be proactive to say, yes, we are having an amended act and the definition has been expanded. Let's start now to say, let's educate everyone, starting from those that are policymakers, to ensure that whatever policy that we're developing, is it aligned with the Code of Good Practice, what our Supreme Law is all about, and then we educate, and then we go and do the universal access to check it, the assessments, because it's not going to be sufficient that I'm sitting in Pretoria and I don't know what's happening in Tembisa. We need to do some assessments, whether we are procuring companies, just to check the accessibility. And we need also to come, as we are advocating, to talk more on the intellectual. We understand the visible disabilities. I think the focus now is more on the invisible, but it starts from education, it starts from having conversations with those that are policymakers, that this alignment, and it's not sitting at the head office. How do we then plan to take it to all the stakeholders that are relevant?
And another element that I also would like to pick up on, you spoke about a culture of trust in the workplace that we must be trying to build.
Yes.
How would we be going about building that culture of trust and psychological safety where, disclosure is encouraged? Not because it might be just mandatory at the time, but because staff genuinely believe it will lead to support and opportunity rather than bias that you mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Mko. I think the culture of trust, because I've also presented on the tips for managers, because then as an employee, I'm a direct report. There is a person that I'm reporting to. So it starts from there. That's why capacitation has to start to our line managers as well. We're talking about if we're having our HODs, your supervisors, your principals, that's where it starts, because the issue of disclosure, truly speaking, is confidential, is meant to be confidential. And then we need to understand, where does it start and where does it end? And confidentiality, again, when it comes to the disability issue, it's not per se that confidential, because I'm reporting to somebody that needs to assist me, but I cannot make jokes on the type of disability. So there should be some trust. And then it goes back to say, as employees, we need to understand the organizational culture. So when we are having a culture, definitely is more informed by the values. What are the values that we're living in as employees? So if we're talking about respect and dignity, are there behavioral statements that are embedded on me as an employee to say, for me, Zoleka, to say that I am trusting, this is what is expected of me. When we talk about dignity, how does it manifest itself? When we talk about respect, does respect mean, ukuthi, when I pass another person, it's always that I greet you because I respect you. So it goes from organizational culture and the fact that it's not on display in terms of the posters, but we must make sure that those values are embedded on each and every one. And then it goes back to say, in other workspaces, we'll find out that before we even start a meeting in the morning, and then the chairperson can say, Zoleka, can you please just share one of the values that resonate the most with you this morning? And then we are embedding, because I will say this morning, this is what I was thinking about. I was thinking about trust. How can I be trustworthy in that? And then you are embedding that in each and every meeting. Remember during the COVID-19, before we even started meetings, there were some safety moments. There was no way that you'll start a meeting without a safety brief that guys have done this and that and that. I think that should be a culture that this is how it's going to be embedded, that we live the values.
All right, let's open it up to the floor and get some comments and questions, okay? Oh, there's lots of hands, I like it. Okay, we're gonna start here in front. We're gonna start this table and then we'll take one at the back and then we'll come back to the front. Okay, go ahead, GS.
Thank you, MC. Let me first start off by appreciating the input from Ms. Njona. I think it's comforting to note that as women who are being intentional about standing up for that which affects us the most. When she started off talking about the menopause, I think you could sense that indeed she's touching on those issues that are of interest to us, which in most instances, especially in a community where most of the bosses are males, some of these things women suffer in silence. And I know that she said sometimes these issues, they have to be determined on the basis of recurrence or permanent features and so forth. And I just want to flag, I don't necessarily have questions for her except for the comments to say, perhaps the policy makers, it's high time that they learn the best practices from other countries and be able to advance women empowerment, not only in the boardroom, but also on those matters that affects them. And it also affects the children. You'll be surprised to know how many girl children miss school because of menstruation.
Yeah.
And we don't talk often about that. What catch-up programs are there to assist those kids who would not find it easy to explain to their male teachers that I missed 3 to 4 days of school because of menstrual pains. There are progressive countries, about 7 in the globe, that have introduced menstrual leave in their policies. So we need to be very intentional on these issues. But that's just a comment. Prof, to you, in terms of the research that you have conducted, we're happy to note the voices of teachers out there. And I'm also happy to say that is mainly one of the reasons that the Elrc adopted as part of its program, Labor Management Partnership. Because we said we've got a well-established framework in terms of bread and butter issues. But there is a lot, your teacher development, a lot of issues that are affecting teachers in the classroom where they feel that they do not have the voice. The management stands there and issues orders and they have to follow the line of march. So hopefully that will assist. Then let me go to the former Nogada of Pesal. That was the term, by the way, that we know her of. That she was Nogada of Pesal. I know that thank you for your presentation. And I'm putting you under spotlight deliberately so because now you'll be engaging without prejudice. You're not part of the system. There's an issue pertaining the tightrope or the thin line between political admin interface versus political admin interference. And a lot of people, by the way, think that this is a new phenomenon. It's not. It has always been there long before the issues of GNU. So it must not be seen as if it's a GNU phenomenon. No, it has always been there. Where you have political heads that engage in wanting to usurp the powers and the authority of accounting officers. We refer to that as political admin interference. Political admin interface, it's an acceptable practice because you need to work together. It only becomes a problem when you change interface and make it interference. I just want to have your views on that and also check if perhaps during this time that you have not considered writing a module for inclusion in the ministerial handbook so that each time a new minister is appointed, they take time and they are workshopped on that module. Thank you very much.
How long they in that portfolio for would not be another interesting one. Let's take it back to the back and get some more. We'll come. Oh, okay. No, continue, DG.
Okay, I thought,
Yeah,
We'll come back to the back just
Yeah,
now,
I checked
yes.
the mic.
Because you're already up. Continue.
I thought you said you wanted to get rid of this table and then,
Yeah, we were gonna
okay.
go ahead.
No, thank you very much. What a nice point to enter with. I want to make a distinction between interference and intervention. I've heard some experts arguing that interface is easy. It's the working together between the political and the administrative authorities. Intervention is getting in to support the administration, to make the administration recognize and perform, as to some extent even protect the administration. But interference is something else. And part of that problem is that there is a misalignment at the moment between particularly Section 38 of the PFMA and the Public Service Act. The accounting officer's authority financially derives from the PFMA. And there are other provisions of the Public Service Act, which the authority comes from the executing authority, which is your political principal. So there's a misalignment there. This matter became so interesting to the extent that I forgot to commend the presenters. They've done an excellent job. and they kept us captivated. This is one session, to be honest, where every presenter kept us talking around the table. And I must commend you for that. So, the issue of trust deficit, it's also born, I think, from vulnerabilities. Either be it physiological or psychological. Trust deficit. All over the world, when people feel insecure, there'll always be a trust deficit with locus of authority or locus of power. That would be my observation, and I want Yoli to comment about that. The problems with service delivery is that service delivery is seen as an exclusive domain for foot soldiers. And I think it's a fallacy. The reason why we've got problems with service delivery in our country, I don't even want to say in this country, because it's our country, is because it's seen as an exclusive domain of the frontline workers. And that's the problem. And even at the level of the DGs, we had a dedicated discussion. You go to DDGs, they don't see the coal face as their space. They see themselves in ivory towers. I mean, the same goes the entire value chain of the line of command. And I think we need to do something about that. We need to spend more time on the cold face than in ivory towers. And that is not only to ensure that service delivery happens, it's empowering. When you speak anywhere, you speak with authority because you are in touch with what is happening on the ground. And I also want to confirm what Cindy said about labor management partnership. It's key, but it should not just be, for purposes of going through the motions. And you said something very profound, Yoli. You talked about honesty, you talked about fairness and integrity. In the engagement between the employer and employee parties, those principles are fundamental. They are key. And may I also remind our colleagues, even in labor, that they are also employers. They are also employers. They do employ. They have people in their employ. So it's not about being at the receiving end. All of us have to learn from each other on how we treat employees with respect and dignity. Prof. Graffet, very interesting presentation that you have made. Teaching to me is an act of dispensing social justice. It's not about pricking only social consciousness of the learners. It's an act. Education is a social good. And therefore, teachers must be conscious about that fact. All of us were trained that it's an act of dispensing social justice. And I want to take it further and say, a teacher is an agent of driving a revolution. And a revolution is a desire for a social change. And the teacher is at the center of it as a nation builder. And the last thing about what you presented, you said something quite profound about the science of learning. And I want to challenge you. Why is neuroscience not encapsulated in teacher education?
It is at UJ.
Yeah. No. I'm interested to see how the curriculum looks like. But at least I was thinking in terms of educational psychology. It should be embedded there. In Education 101. So that teachers are empowered to know how the mind works, how the 21st century learners and others think. But if UJ has encapsulated that, I really welcome that. Maybe the last point is about teaching practice. I was trained by a university in teaching, but every year we went out for teaching practice. But I don't see that happening as often as it used to. Maybe the duration of teaching practice is also not enough. And you are right to say that those who are trained must interface with the reality that eventually they are going to land up with. But I really want to encourage more time for teaching practice, and I know that you'll help us really to even tell other institutions of higher learning to embrace that. To Usi Zoleka, it's quite fascinating. Please help us. There's no unanimity within even the disability group about impairment. Impairment is still viewed as a derogatory term. Some of them will say, I'm not impaired in any way. I'm just different. But I can function the same, if not better than all of you. I also think that the issue of little stature is still derogatory. We need to look for an appropriate term, which is acceptable within the disability community. But I'm quite fascinated by, insights that you have shared with us. I'm sorry to be so long, but I couldn't help.
At DPSA, because I think it's really a pinnacle of my experiences in the public service. I had 5 ministers in 5 years. So on average, I had a new minister. 4 of these ministers were from the African National Congress. and one was from Inkatha Freedom Party, the last one after the GNU. And the thing about how the change of ministers bring instability is in many ways. One of the ways I want to reflect on is that as a head of department, you have to continuously be briefing new people, trying to convince them to buy into what already is a strategy. A 5-year strategy is an annual operational plan or annual implementation plan of the department, because they come in any time of the implementation period. So you spend a lot of time trying to convince the minister. But if you are working in an environment that is highly negative from a culture perspective, and I think in government, everybody speaks about the influence of the culture, and there's quite a culture that is not as positive as it should be. You also have to look after your back all the time, because there is so much happening behind your back. Everybody is trying to get the attention of the new minister, from your immediate subordinates, your DDGs, because everyone wants to speak to the minister and say something to the minister they are unhappy about you, about as a DG. Then you have unions. You have colleagues from the unions that are operating in wants to be heard. They have a litany of complaints. So you are always hanging in between. You don't know what the minister thinks and etc. That's just one part. The other part of it is that I've heard such a minister who is completely clueless about what public administration is about, what the work of the department is about, in the space of, so no clue about administration, public administration theories, no clue about the National Development Plan and how it impacts Chapter 13. So you have to continuously try to support this person. And then there's this guy who writes about never outshine your master. Where you have a master who knows nothing, there's no way you can outshine the master.
You're right.
Everything that you say or utter with your mouth, you are outshining the master wherever you are, because the master is clueless. So you have a combination. Interference is there. In many ways, in disciplinary cases, you have ministers. I once suspended somebody and I got a letter from minister saying, bring that person back now. I was like, I'm not going to do it. Your instruction is legal. Minister says, I'm going to report you to the president. I said, thank you. The president is my employer. I will explain the same thing, independent chairperson. Let's stay out of it. So you have those interventions and interfaces that are not nice at times. But what I've learned is that I stick to the right thing to do, what I know, because I don't future to be explaining things I don't know. The last question, so there's a lot of stories I can tell. Am I prepared to write something? I'm sure you've seen in the profile, I am doing a framework as a case study in terms of that. So there's a lot of things that I am picking up already in relation to implementation and where we fall off in terms of implementation. So the political administrative interference is part of that, or rather interface is part of that conversation that I'm working on. So maybe I'll release a paper or something soon in terms of that work. The last thing I want to respond, I think there's an issue around trust deficit that was raised by the DG. I think that what I've learned is that you have to continuously build on trust. You have to, you know, when I arrived at DPSA, I was very unfortunate in many ways. There was COVID, there was the non-payment of the 2018 agreement, which some of the comrades in Labour still hate me about, as if it was done by me. And so there was a lot of things that, that contributed to mistrust. But we had to work hard with our colleagues in Labour from government to build that trust in the best way that we could do it. So there are things we do incorrectly in government. There are things that Labour does incorrectly that also leads to mistrust. But you need leaders who are matured enough, who are able to be humble about it and continuously pursue each other on working together, because employees will follow their leaders. If they identify the union leaders as their leaders, they are going to follow them in their posture. If they identify the HOD or the department as their leaders, they are going to follow that posture. So that maturity, teacher, I think is necessary. Yes, I've actually written something, an opinion ad for GCIS, just on the issue of public servants at the core of service delivery. I agree with you. I think how the system is set up, those who are in head offices who are occupying positions there don't think that they are part of service delivery machinery. So we leave people at the frontline service to see things out for themselves. When we get money for tools of trade, we buy laptops for ourselves, the latest laptop, the highest amount of a cell phone allowance, and all these things. But we don't think about how are our people on the ground doing? How do we ensure that they don't run out of the necessary? So those are part of my reflections because I'm outside of the system as well. And so the question about policy requires a lot of engagements, but I can tell you that the first thing for me is the content of the policy. We tend to be very ambitious. We commit on things we are going to implement because they're not implementable. We tend to be very ambitious, but we also don't get feedback from people in frontline service because they are the ones who are going to keep us real. And it goes to a number of other things like lack of resources and etc. But let's start correctly. Let's be realistic about what are we capable of. Are we going to be able to deliver on? When we approved the NDP, we made so many promises. We said we'll reduce, by 2030, we will only have like 6% of unemployment. I think something along those. Where are we now? We are at 36%. Instead of going down, we keep on going up and up and up. So how do we ensure that we use evidence-based approaches in putting together our policies so that we are closer to understanding our capabilities and our resources and what is it exactly that can be done with those limited resources and get input from the actual stakeholders on the ground who are running these things. Instead of us, we draft policies at head office in most instances, we just issue it for, release it for input for 30 days or something and consult a few stakeholders that we think are critical, but we don't go deeper into understanding the ground where these policies are being implemented. I can talk for the whole day. Thank you.
Before we take it to you, Prof, and I just want to piggyback off what you just said now. You know, you said a mouthful, particularly when you look at the changing of authority, then the dynamics thereof. I think colleagues in the media have also coined a term to that effect to say it's that revolving door effect. I can imagine it can only stifle growth and policy implementation as well, and those are some of the challenges that you deal with. What will it take, though, to address that?
I think it stifles growth because, firstly, as people are running the system, you're not going to have time to do anything else. So from a growth perspective, for instance, I have always wanted to go back to school and to do my PhD or doctorate, but I couldn't move an inch because every day I am busy with managing this thing. It's a huge thing. It's falling apart left, right, and center. And the contribution of the changes at the top level in terms of it falling apart and not coming together are very significant in relation to that. So that's a real cause for concern. If you want to build stability in government, you start by stabilizing the political part of it as well as the top management part of it. Because in departments, and I needed to say this, departments like education, it's called basic education. Departments like basic education where they've had a minister over a longer period of time, and I think a DG to a certain extent, you can see the stability, you can see the pattern of growth, even though there are challenges that are being raised here, but you can see the pattern of growth, you can see the stability, you can see the interface of a matured leader at a political level and a matured leader at an administrative level. If you miss it there, I forget.
Sure.
Okay.
Prof, go ahead.
Thank you. Firstly, DG, I think you must then have agreed with the term that I'm using about a transformative agentic teacher, because it very much aligns also with what you said. And I think it's so important in teacher education that we help our pre-service teachers understand this role as a social justice role also in education. So that's my first point. About the neuroscience, I'm not sure, I can't talk about other universities, but many universities do have elements of that in their teacher education curriculum. But my point is, it is maybe an add-on. It is not sufficiently integrated in understanding how to teach to help people to learn. And it shouldn't be a sideline issue. It should be integral to teacher education. And that we have been working on for the past few years at UJ. And we really find our student teachers teach better because they understand what learning is and what learning involves. And it's actually scary sometimes when you have sessions with practicing teachers and you start unpacking their understanding of learning. And then you see that there's an issue that needs to be addressed. And that was also why I placed the emphasis today on the science of learning and the importance. About teaching practice, well, students are supposed to go on teaching practice every single year. And it is also being prescribed in the teacher education policy, the number of hours. And I do think the number of hours are not the issue, maybe. It is how well schools and universities work together to support these teachers and pre-service teachers. And for me, that is a real social justice issue. Because if our students are going to schools where there is very little support, it actually means that the school experience is not contributing in the way that it should to prepare them for practice. Basil, yeah. The AI issue is a major, major issue. And that is a conversation that really needs to happen in depth, also with parents. And the difficulty with the AI issue is things change so quickly. One can't keep up. But I do think, again, that if parents and teachers understand learning and try to understand that there's an illusion of learning, but an illusion of learning is not going to serve your child well in the future, because you need to be using AI responsibly. You know, I say sometimes to my postgraduate students, if you allow AI to write for you, you are becoming dumber and dumber. With all due respect to them, but that's exactly the point. Because the act of writing, for instance, is an act of understanding. And if you now offload this to AI, you are shortchanging yourself. And these are the type of conversations that are really, really very important to happen. We want real learning, not illusions of learning. And yes, Basil, I again agree with you. The disparity between the quality in teacher education also in South Africa is, for me, a terrible issue. It's a real social justice issue. And the difficulty is how to deal with that. In the past, when I was the Dean of Education and I was confronted with this, I said to people, but tell us, make it public which universities are not doing a good job. Because it's also not fair to have this broad stroke. Universities do a terrible job in relation to teacher education. Some are really doing well. Others are not that doing well. Maybe there's a bright, positive light here that the Council of Higher Education and Training is doing a review of teacher education qualifications over the next 2 years to see the quality. The problem is sometimes it also becomes a political problem in terms of taking decisions, should we continue with this teacher education at this university? It's a minefield in itself, but I agree with you, it's unfair also to our pre-service teachers. And also, yes, the status of teachers, I agree fully with you. But again, and you took it from your important perspective, but it's also a societal issue, that everybody in society should be working towards lifting the status of teachers. Maybe the good news is, in the last few years, we've found that the students that apply to become teachers are really good quality students. Very good quality students. In fact, we can't even accommodate a tenth of the students who apply for teacher education, so we take only the best ones in terms of their school results. Whether that is also the best way to decide who should become a teacher is, of course, another question. Lastly, about mental health. Not a mental health expert, so what I heard from teachers is what a huge contribution to the mental health issues would be in schools is feeling overwhelmed. There are just so many roles that teachers sometimes are playing. And I really want to say those teachers who work in under-resourced schools under very difficult circumstances and who must sometimes also serve as a counselor for children, take on so many roles that it sometimes becomes overwhelming. And many of the mental health issues, I think, stem from that. I don't think it's the only factor, but definitely a factor.
So?
I think mine were comments. I'm not sure. You wanted to say something?
Sure, you can go ahead and respond to them as well. Would you like to? Should we go for the next round?
Let's go for the next.
Okay, let's go for the next round then from the floor.
Oh, there's a next round.
Yes, we'll start here. And then there.
Oh,
and then we'll
I've got the
come
mic
there.
with me.
There's a cough
Awesome,
that
I've
side.
noted.
Oh. Should I go first?
Go ahead.
Okay, no thanks. I was about to indicate that I've got the mic with me. Yeah, no thanks for the great presentations that we have received. And I think, Prof. Graffet, you had spent a reasonable amount of time on the issue of pre-service teaching, of which I've got so much interest on. You have outlined a number of issues that become a factor that contribute towards poor teaching practices. And I think amongst those things which you did not outline is the issue of not sufficient financial support for teaching, for student teachers that are going out for teaching practice. And I must indicate to you, Prof, that this is the case at UJ as well.
Yeah.
On the 17th of July, just last month, more than 300 student teachers which were mobilized by the student chapter of SATU engaged in a campaign and also in a march, #UJ will stipends now, #Asinamali campaign. And one of the things that we have picked up is that student teachers had indicated that they find it difficult to go and access schools during their teaching practice due to lack of financial support.
Absolutely.
And as a result of that, they are failing their teaching practice. They've also indicated that they are expected to look presentable when they go to school, and they do not have any financial support to go and purchase these clothes that make them look presentable. Prof, I understand you are very instrumental and a very respected being in the Faculty of Education at UJ, given the fact that you are the former dean there. And I want to lobby you, Prof, that as you go back, can you go please and advocate for the wheel stipend for all student teachers at UJ, so that we are going to make sure that we do have student teachers that are well properly trained as they go out, because many of them are demoralized to go to these schools because of the expectations that are there. You have indicated that the prescript in terms of having to attend to this teaching practice, it demands that each and every year students should go for this teaching practice. And there's an expectation that they must be in class every day. And that cannot be met if there is lack of financial support. We trust you, Prof. Go back and advocate for the wheel stipends at UJ for student teachers at UJ. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Zodwa Zulu, NATO Regional Secretary from Ehlanzeni. I welcome and appreciate all the comprehensive presentation from the Mbogotos at the stage. As the DG had already mentioned that the bar is a bit raised today. To Madam Choza, I hope I'm calling your surname properly. Let me allude to the fact that I am still marveled at the statement you've made that menopause is being regarded as a disability in some places. And I must say that that is my highlight of the day, and it gives us hope as women. Women understand what I mean by that. As you stated, that the promotion of equity and the prevention of unfair discrimination in Act 4 of 2000 promotes equality and provides for measures to facilitate the eradication of unfair discrimination, hate speech, harassment on the ground of race, gender, and disability, amongst others. I want to concur that we do have colleagues with these kinds of disabilities, like ADHD, autism, bipolar disorder. Now my question is, where there's non-disclosure and lack of awareness, how do we balance reasonable accommodation and performance expectation without discriminating and harassment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The table behind, good morning.
Thank you very much, Marina Besling, SIOU. And to our esteemed speakers, this was a very interesting session. And to the ELRC, thank you for facilitating this opportunity to engage. Ms. Makazi, this was the most robust and honest inputs that the unions have had in a very long time. We are currently in a position where there is talk about an aging public service. And you know that there are certain interventions which are being planned to ensure that the public service becomes younger and prettier and not menopausal at all. But in your statement, you refer to accountability in service delivery. And I think that for us as unions, this is a key idea, key notion that we want to enforce. But what I would like your thoughts on, how do we ensure service delivery if we have so many unfilled posts at the top, and we also don't have any programs to ensure sustainability within the public service? And then Prof. Gravett, thank you very much. This was most insightful. What I want to challenge you on is, if you allow, is we've heard a lot about AI, and we hear that in-service teachers at the moment are being trained on utilizing AI. But what about the teachers that are currently in position that have not been trained on AI? And from the conversations that we had over the past 3 days, it seems as if these teachers have to train themselves on AI, on how to utilize it, while they have the challenges of being confronted with full classes, with overcrowded classes, with very little time. Should we be reimagining relearning and reteaching for our teachers currently in service? Thank you very much.
All right, the side, and then there at the back. And also, Prof, to also bear in mind, following that statement, I'm taken aback to that presentation where you said some of the teachers that were engaged with were saying they were not asking for miracles, but just for development that responds to their time, that understands their context and speaks to their reality. That was quite profound. Go ahead, Ma. Good morning.
Thank you, Program Director. I am Bunzi Frida Mafoko, Northwest SATU. Appreciation to all presentations. To Professor, what I want to highlight is that there are rising cases of corporal punishment in schools. How can we change the mindset of educators in dealing with the behaviors of the learners so that we have a harmonious environment at school? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. Good morning.
Yeah, no, thank you, and thank you for all the inputs, Prof. Mine is just on the transformative agentic teaching, Prof. And you responded earlier by saying there's elements in the curriculum at other institutions. So I'm quite sure it's part of the curriculum at UJ, but mine is, how are we going to make sure that it's going to be part of the curriculum at other tertiary institutions? Then, one for the G is, I'm quite sure by now, after 2.5 days, that we need to get politicians into the seminars, because a lot of questions was raised that involve them. The second one, Prof, we were talking about the overcrowded classes and the under-resourced schools 30 years later in a democracy. How do we implement transformative agentic teaching under these conditions effectively while we are fighting against the odds on a daily basis? Peter Tosh is singing, "Only poor men feel it." Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's another hand just here up in front. And this side on this table, my good sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greetings to you and in appreciation of your presentations. My name is Hlahla Ngwenya, Mpumalanga Provincial Education Department. To Ms. Makas, in one of your slide presentations, you mentioned depoliticizing appointments. I know you have not unpacked it, but I would request you to do so, taking into consideration the challenges we are faced with around nepotism, political deployment, and selling of posts that are often than not shying away from the objective intentions of our free and fair recruitment and selection process. You'd agree with me that it undermines and compromise the recruitment policies that we have. Prof, can I also commend you for reminding us of how noble this teaching profession remains to be over the years and perhaps even in our future. But also taking into consideration what you have raised around the challenges that teachers face as underpaid, under-resourced, and so forth. I would spare you for now and not say much around that before I'm called to order by those that I represent as well. Maybe to Zoe, just in your own assessment of this seminar from the day it started to date, perhaps what is it that you would have identified as gaps from a reasonable accommodation perspective, which you may want to give as feedback for the organizers to take into consideration for the future seminar like this? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's another hand. Okay. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Mr. Shabalala, representing NATO. I have heard all the presentation, and I appreciate those presentations. My question is based to Ms. Njoza. When we are busy with recruitment processes, we normally guard against unfair discrimination. But I don't know whether it's the way of manipulating the process. We will come across the word saying fair discrimination. Where does fair discrimination apply? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sure.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Tando Hlachwayo, the full-time shop steward.
Mr. Hlachwayo, can I ask you to please stand so our cameras can pick you up? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just like to appreciate the presentation from the esteemed guest, but I'd like to start with the presentation of Ms. Nchoza based on reasonable accommodation. Mainly, it's just a concern, Ms. Nchoza, that mostly of our members, especially, sorry about that, yeah, the ones that are being reasonably accommodated, basically it's just the persistent victimization that we see, you know, as representatives of those members. Most of these educators are not respected. Like you highlighted, Ms. Joza, that we need to respect these educators who are having disability challenges. But what they endure in school, it's very something that is very hard. You'd find a member telling you that I was not well integrated in school. There's a different attitude from colleagues. Yeah. So it's just a concern that mainly most of our members are also being ostracized from the environment of teaching. Just going back to Prof. Cravet, it's about the issue of public schools. Yeah, public schools, there's a tendency of sorry about that. Yeah, it's a tendency of officials, you know, especially with the issue of admission policy. Teachers are burning out. You'd find, for example, there's a school in Soweto whereby a class, it has 145 kids. And then you'd expect a teacher to teach those kids. And I always say that, you know, even when my child, when you go to mall, when he wants to pick up chocolates and what, and then you expect to manage such a class or to teach. So we cannot come here and say teaching is still a dispensation of social justice, because we do a lot of things. You get teachers that are doctors in school, there are wardens, there are police, and then you expect us to teach. So it cannot be in this case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Lungisa Kwenvula Chamela, Provincial Education Convener of SATU in the Eastern Cape. I am standing with regards to the corporal punishment and other things that have been conducted by learners at schools. In the time memorial, in our years when we started to teach, ELRC provided every educator with a manual. It was a thick file, this thick. In that manual, there were alternative of corporal punishment. Now I'm saying those were good when you execute an exercise in your class. But there are many novices and also teachers that are not provided by particular resource book. I'm here to plead that with the ELRC that they might go back to basics again and advocate those alternatives and improvise, seeing that the times have changed with the learners of our time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's start with you, Ms. Makasi, with your responses as we wind it up.
Again. So the first question was around the aging public service. And so if you go on our website at the New South Institute, I think it's nsi.org.za, we issued, in May, we issued a policy brief on the research that we had done on 3 key departments in government, looking over a period of 15 years, tracking the ages, the progression of the ages and the aging in the public service. That was basic education, that was health, that was the police. So just on basic education, because I'm with the education people here, we found that the numbers are declining of young people in the system. I think education gets a boost because of the young teachers, the assistant teachers that they are bringing in, but the number of the permanent people, the numbers are declining of young people. So this intervention of the assistant teachers, I hope they can one day be appointed permanently, because I think it's just a good intervention to also just help to bring in more energy and younger people into the system itself. Not just for energy, but also because you need to prepare them now to ascend to the senior roles within the system when the older people exit the system, because ultimately the older people have to retire from the system. So we also had engagements with the Department of Education. I think DG, you sent one gentleman, I can't remember his name now, who spoke. He also shared that there is about 60% of people who are educators currently are at ages of 50 and above. So that shows you but what I must say and give it to education is that whilst the numbers of young people are declining, we also picked up in our report that the quality of education is improving. So the fact that people grow in the system and stay longer in the system brings value into the system itself. Hence, it's important to introduce the younger ones at an earlier stage so that they can be mentored, they can be supported, so that as the older ones are exiting, there's proper mentoring and support that has been done in relation to that. How do we ensure service delivery is done whilst we have all these challenges of unfilled positions and etc.? I think that we have to, that's why we always, well, at least when I was at DPSA, we insisted that departments where you have vacancies, fill your vacancies within the 12 months period. It's now been reduced to 8 months in terms of the regulations. Fill your vacant positions. Where you do not have money to fill positions that you deem vacant, completely review your structures and take them out of the structure, so that you don't create an impression that you have vacancies when you don't have money to fill those particular vacancies. So it's important that those vacancies are filled. The next question was in relation to depoliticizing appointments. I don't know, I think there's a question that I've missed. Depoliticizing appointments. I think that there's a lot of work that we must do around this particular issue. We need to improve in terms of our laws, but also we need to improve our recruitment systems. I really am attracted to this idea of blind recruitment. So don't know who the candidates are until you appoint a candidate that is fit to do the work itself. Teacher is laughing. So you can't bring in place a blind recruitment, and maybe you must start DG and maybe pilot it in education and see how it's going to deliver. I hope that your political principals will agree, because there's another issue. So there's interference in recruitment from politicians, from administrators, from people in the system, from the unions as well. You know, the unions will decide who must be appointed, even without even knowing the specs of the job. Because there's so much interest in terms of this. So all parties are equally guilty, in my view, the politicians, the administrators, as well as the unions themselves. So fix your systems, and I'm saying blind recruitment may be a solution to this situation. The last comment I wanted to say, I just said, I feel for educators who have to educate our kids under this AI environment. I have 2 boys. I have one in matric and one in grade 7. Every time I have a conversation with them, I'm like, guys, I don't see you opening your books. I bought textbooks. I don't see you opening your books. I don't see you writing your notes. And you tell me you are learning via the internet and via YouTube. And I don't understand this thing that you can say you are studying physics or chemistry via YouTube. Like, there's no theory in YouTube. So how do you bring the theory if you don't even write notes in class or what's going on? So it's also confusing to us as parents who have to monitor these children. Buy us Nokia every day, because a child has a cell phone, you think they are doing schoolwork with a cell phone and their laptop, they are on TikTok. When you walk into the environment where they are busy, they are supposed to be studying, they quickly change and no, mama, I'm on a break. And you know, it's difficult to support our children. And when you know, I was having a conversation with my grade 12 learner. I'm like, you know, I don't see you studying, and I'm very worried because I'm not prepared to pay your school fees again next year for you to repeat. He's like, you know, mama, you are being toxic now and you are stressing me. I said, yo, I give up. I'm done, thank you.
Hopefully we'll find ways to navigate that.
I have to.
We'll find
This is
ways
my
to
money.
navigate, yeah.
It's my money, I
this
have to
new
find ways.
era of technology. Prof, go ahead.
Thank you. Let me start with the AI issue. We at UJ, and I can't talk about all institutions, try to help our students, pre-service teachers, understand AI and its impact on education. But there's a big however here. Things are changing so fast. By the time that they graduate, 600 things, if not more, have changed. So this does become an in-service teaching issue, very much, where you as unions must have your ear on the ground to understand what type of empowerment do our teachers need to help them to navigate this landscape. And unfortunately, what often happens, and that's not new, you would also have these unscrupulous service providers who are now entering, a new field to make lots and lots of money. And it's also very important that you understand when somebody offers their assistance in terms of AI. Where do they come from? What are their credentials? Do they actually really even have a basic understanding of learning? It's so easy to be seduced by some of this that you are offered at schools as the answer. So what I'm saying, this is really a professional development issue that requires serious attention. And again, it's on two ways. Some schools are really running with AI. Sometimes I think in an irresponsible way because they don't understand, and other schools are completely staying behind. So that was my concern that I mentioned, that the disparity becomes bigger, and it's something that we need to keep our eye on. Just to add to what you are saying, you know, when I'm teaching in the course that I present on Saturdays for honor students, and they are not allowed to have their cell phones switched on. Immediately, you know, the response. And when I start explaining to them, bringing in the science of learning, why it is important that they focus, etc., and I won't go into the detail, the majority of them accept it and at some stage will say, okay, we get it. But if I only told them, switch off, you would have had a very, very negative response. So it's also a case of helping young people understand that it might be detrimental to themselves and their own development if we don't use technology and AI responsibly. Is this going to help 100%? No, but we need education for our parents, for our teachers, for our children about technology, and more particularly AI. The notion of corporal punishment in schools, look, I am a teacher educator. I can just say two things about that. I'm really hoping that teacher education institutions do address how are alternative ways, and I don't even want to say alternative because corporal punishment shouldn't even be seen as a way, but what can we be doing in schools? So the universities have a responsibility there, but also schools and school leadership has a strong responsibility there. If I see schools in the same area, and you visit one school and there's clearly order in that school, there's clearly ways of doing that everybody buy into, you'll find little you will always have, but little issues or few issues, or much fewer issues of school discipline.
Can we please settle down,
But
ladies
yet,
and gentlemen?
in another school, same community, there's chaos. And my question is, why would that be? Is it a lack of leadership in the school? Is it a lack of a shared vision in that school? Because if there is a shared vision and all the teachers buy into that shared vision, also how do we deal with discipline issues, then you will find that these issues are minimized. They won't go away, but there is a shared understanding in the school.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me say, yes, I absolutely agree. To be a transformative genetic teacher in poor working conditions is hugely, hugely challenging. And that is, again, everybody's responsibility, also the people who are here today. I really would often, when people talk to me about what's happening in some schools, yes, I would agree that sometimes it's really the fact that there's no good school leadership or whatever. But I've also challenged people and say, it's very easy for you to stand and criticize, but you are not dealing with 60 kids in a classroom. So let's also understand that. But I want to say, despite that, and I shouldn't be saying that, it pains me, but despite that, even in such circumstances, you have those transformative agentic teachers who are really, in a sense, doing miracles. And I want to respect them for, for being a shining light in very difficult circumstances. I can just say, wow. But I want to say one other thing about that. We also have some of our student teachers leaving the university all fired up to be this transformative agentic teacher and go to a school where they are told in no uncertain terms very soon, shut up, you don't know anything, you think you are so clever, we'll bring you back to the ground. How sad is that? That this is also what some of our our teachers who graduate experience in schools, that they are not appreciated, they are not nurtured, in fact, they are slapped down very, very quickly. Very sad.
All right, we beg for your indulgence, ladies and gentlemen, for a couple of more minutes. We're almost there, it's the final stretch. If we can give our speakers just an opportunity to conclude.
Okay, I think I basically broadly addressed the issues that were mentioned. So, yep.
Thank you, Prof. Zo?
Thank you so much, Nko. The first one was from Miss Zulu. Thank you so much. It's all about, it's around the issue of disclosure. And I just want us to go back when one applies for an opportunity in the public service. I know that one of the requirements is to fill in the Z83. Isn't it, colleagues?
Yebo.
Even for a teacher, ne? Yeah, it's a Z83 form. So that is the only form, because I've worked with the private sector companies. But I know that in the Z83 form, there is a provision immediately for a disclosure. Are we familiar with the Z83? So the reason why the disclosure is there upfront is the fact that the employer, that is the public services, understands that an applicant in terms of employment equity is an employee. That's number one. That you may not upfront unfairly discriminate a person based on disability. That's number one. So you'll find out now that an applicant sometimes may be reluctant to disclose upfront for fear of being marginalized, that if I'm bringing this up front, I might not make it to the shortlisting. So let's go now to the colleagues that are already your colleagues. that one of them maybe is living with bipolar and the person had not disclosed. And I know for a fact that the status of health does change. I might have joined the public service without a disability. Now it's year 5. Am I given an opportunity to disclose should my status of health change? Number 2, we need to understand that there won't be any reasonable accommodation provided if there is no disclosure. They go hand in hand. Because you disclose, remember when you check the EA1 form, it does have a provision for a signature, meaning that you append your signature to say this is a true reflection. I'm a person living with a disability. This is the type of reasonable accommodation that I require, meaning that the employer should take that very serious. So it does not stop you now where you find out that there were employees that had not disclosed earlier, that you write maybe to the district office, I don't know the processes, but you would need now people from the HR level, whether at the district office, to come to your level to say, we need some capacitation. And it does not stop you to even request from the department the policy that talks to disability and inclusion. And then if you find out that the person had never disclosed earlier, that person could be provided with an EA1 form to disclose so that there could be a reasonable accommodation. Otherwise, no disclosure, no reasonable accommodation, unfortunately. And then if we go to what is it that I have observed thus far, like as a feedback in terms of accessibility? I think this one goes to our organizers. And as a person that is an attendee, for me would be, maybe as you were invited, I am not sure, no matter, I was invited as a speaker, so I'm not sure as an attendee that is sitting, whether was there a requirement that you disclose. Sometimes it's more about health issues in terms of diet, are you eating this and that. But if, for example, there was an employee that required the services of sign language interpreter, definitely there would have been a sign language interpreter. But I would take it as if maybe they knew, the organizers, that there was no requirement. But as I was working for the Department of Employment and Labor, if we were to conduct employment equity roadshows, whether there is a person without notifying the department, it's standard that you bring a sign language interpreter so that the department does not get to be embarrassed when there is a need and there is a person. So for me, in terms of the venue, we're fine. So I guess for me, I'm okay. My apologies, Budi, I didn't get your name. So you've raised the recruitment process. The Department of Basic Education is a designated employer. DG, you are a designated employer. Mm-hmm. So a designated employer, remember we said in terms of employment equity, how the legislation is segmented into chapters. So there's chapter 1 that talks to all the definitions and everything, who are the designated employers and the employees. So we already know that DBE is a designated employer. So you go to chapter 3, that talks to affirmative action. So if we are now talking about affirmative action, meaning that there are duties of a designated employer, that means the employer, you must consult with your trade unions in terms of inclusion, your employees, so that you are able to transform. It goes further to say, you must, remember now in terms of the legislation, there's a must and the may. So where there is a must, there are no two ways about it. It's like, it's a must. Everybody must. Mut in Afrikaans, and then in Xhosa, kufanelekile. So as the employer, you must conduct an analysis. Because the legislature has understood where we come from, you do not then develop an employment equity plan for you to transform the organization or the department. But you need to understand what are the barriers that adversely affect employees from the designated groups. So that's why the barriers, the harassment, we talk reasonable accommodation, how are things. And then I love the legislatures that it's not only about the employment policy, they take it further to the issue of practice. Because we may have policies in place, but it's how things are done in that workspace. And then I'm bringing this provision because I'm going to answer you. I'm answering you. But I'm a teacher as well. Did I tell you? I started my career as a teacher. I taught from 1998 to 2004. And I'm not that young. So I've been in the employment for almost 28 years. So, and then you conduct that analysis. And again, you do not plan to set the targets. When we talk employment equity, colleagues, whether we like it or not, we talk race and gender and disability. We talk numbers, and we cannot run away. And then because now that analysis, it's more to clean the house, because we understood that in the past, the policies had some discriminatory elements. So we need to clean that, to say that how do we plan to eliminate those barriers by bringing affirmative action measures. And then it goes further now to say workforce profile analysis. Who's underrepresented here? So that now we deal with issues of equitably representation. The more you are in the majority, the more we want to see you holding higher positions. That's what we are doing. And then it gets to the plan where I want to answer you. The reason why I was saying I was a teacher, I needed to bring some background, and apologies if you are aware. And then maybe for the benefit of other colleagues. Now you are setting targets, and then we call them now, in terms of the Employment Equity Amendment Act, sector targets, because now in terms of Section 15, capital A, the minister has powers to impose sector targets. Now there are sector targets. So you do not employ for the sake of employing, where I come from. You should be informed who's overrepresented in that particular occupational level or space. So the underrepresentation will then inform you that we need to bring this race, this gender, or employees living with disabilities. So that's how you recruit, because you have to attend to the targets that are in the Employment Equity Plan. Remember, the Employment Equity Plan of the department is a legal document that the employee could challenge the employer should you fail to implement what you have put in place. The Department of Employment and Labor, the inspector might come and review you to say you have failed what you have promised your employees. Now, you have asked now, so I'm not sure what informs the recruitment and selection. Whether are you informed by the targets that are in place? And then you said, let's talk, Zoleka, about the fair discrimination. And it is in the legislation. Remember, we talk issues of unfair discrimination, and we talk about the prohibited grounds that are listed, and then amendments of 2013-14 brought the arbitrary grounds. And we understand that where there is a listed ground, the burden of proof lies on the employer to prove. That is why the employer has a responsibility of instituting an investigation. Now, the fair discrimination in terms of the legislation, it's when the employer is now implementing employment equity in terms of the plan. Let's say you had applied, and still it's so acceptable that as you are advertising the position, to say a particular group is encouraged to apply because you are intentional as the employer to say, I know where underrepresentation is. I want to transform my space. Now, the fair one will be to say, you have applied, but you knew very well that our underrepresentation is more on those employees that are living with disabilities. So you are now fairly discriminated, not that you did not meet the requirements. What is important first is the requirements of the job. And because you have applied, because you have seen that I do meet the requirements of the job. And then it does not mean that you are excluded up front. You apply, we sit as a panel, we check who meets the requirements of the job. 10 of these CVs out of 20, they meet the requirements of the job. And then we sit back and say, out of the 10 applications that we have received, what is our EE statistics? We talk numbers and we can't run away. And then it will be to say, but we do not have women, or maybe we do not have persons with disabilities. Then let's fairly discriminate those that do not have disability, so that those that are living with disabilities are competing amongst themselves. You are fairly discriminated. And then it goes further to say, there is an inherent requirement of the job. You require a science teacher. I cannot come as a history teacher because of the inherent requirements of the job. And then that's why we talk unfair and fair discrimination. And then, uputi ban.
Just the last one.
The last one, yes, is the last one, uputi Hlachwayo, at the back. Uputi Hlachwayo was talking about the persistent victimization, I think, based on disability, that sometimes people, they make jokes and everything. Remember now, you remember last year, let me take you back to last year's session of harassment.
We have a minute.
A minute. That any form of harassment constitutes unfair discrimination. And now, unfair discrimination now, you must remember now, the employer, that is the line manager, if he's not doing anything about that, the employer might be found vicariously liable.
Yeah.
So, yeah, sure.
Must thank you so much, Ms. Njoza. Prof,
30
literally 10 seconds.
30
10
seconds.
seconds.
Just to say, I heard you, but there's a bigger process that we need to talk about, which should be involving the ETTB CETA.
Okay, I must
Thank
thank my
you.
panelists so much, Professor Gravitt from the University of Johannesburg, Ms. Makasi, who's head of Public Service Reform Program at the New South Institute, as well as Ms. Zoleka Njoza, who's Employment Labour Law Specialist at Lupau Empowerment Solutions. Ladies, happy Women's Month once again, and thank you so much. It gives us confidence to be having these conversations with women. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we'd like to call upon now the GS as well as the chair to come hand over the prizes. Over there, Prof, to grab your prize for your photo op. Thank you very much. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now we'll hand over to Dr. Bono, who's chairperson of the ELRC, to give us the vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of an event that is another one for the history books. We started the conference with Judge President Molahlei, and I want to thank him in absentia for understanding the importance of this conference and committing to be here and indeed honoring the invite. I also want to thank the DG for his commitment on the ELRC and his participation throughout the 3 days. DG to have the head of education for the entire duration of the conference speaks volumes. A heartfelt thank you to our speakers, the heads of education that have been with us, the senior managers both from the DBE and the DHET, the leaders of teacher unions, the TVET College Governance Councils that joined us, the CEOs of education bodies, the PSCBC and its sectors, the practitioners and specialists in labor law that have embraced the occasion, the academics from various universities, the South African Judicial Education Institute, and all the attendees for making this a special and insightful occasion. I'd like to thank the MC who guided the session effortlessly. And last but not least, to the General Secretary and the ELRC staff, thanks for putting together such a powerful program. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for thank you for your participation. I wish you safe travels for those who are traveling today and those who will be attending the gala event this evening. See you later. I also thank myself. And that concludes our program. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Chairperson. And thank you. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that, of course, brings us to the end of our proceedings this afternoon. Thank you so much for being such a joy over the past couple of days. I also had a great one. It also gives us a sense that the future of our country is in great hands. Thank you so very much. Just a quick announcements before we head straight to lunch. So there will be no dinner at the food court tonight. That's because there's the gala dinner that is happening. So arrival will be from 5:30, and we will start promptly at 6 p.m. sharp. So just make sure that you also bring your tags for that, for identification there at the entrance. But also quick note as well, on all the cases that have been cited throughout the presentations, we'll upload those on the ELRC's website, and we have an e-library on all the relevant case law. Otherwise, do have yourself a spectacular afternoon going forward. Enjoy lunch. So, there's also another one on the council members, right? There's the AGM that will be happening in this venue. So we ask you to reconvene here at 2 p.m. sharp. Yes, only the council members. Yes, at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Africa's labor terrain is shifting faster, deeper, and more complex than ever before. And when the landscape changes, leaders must rise. Join us from the 11th to 13th of August 2025 at Empress Palace in Johannesburg for the Education Labour Relations Council Labour Law Seminar, under the theme, Adapting to an Evolving Labour Landscape to Promote Social Justice. It's a strategic gathering of policymakers, union leaders, educators, and legal experts